Okay, call to order the Board of Supervisors meeting for May 3rd at 9:02 a.m. First, we'll have a moment of silence, silent reflection or prayer. Please join me. Thank you. Pledge of Allegiance. Vice Chair Rickman, would you mind lead us in the pledge?
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Supervisor Villapudua.
Present.
Supervisor Rickman.
Here.
Supervisor Miller.
Here.
Supervisor Patty.
Here.
And Chairman Nguyen.
Here, thank you. All right, moving to recognitions and presentations.
Our first recognition this morning is the recognition of the Children's Home of Stockton's 140th anniversary. And I would like to invite the Chief Executive Officer, Joel Gomez, and Development and Marketing Associate, Jean Harden, to the podium as I read the commendation. And it reads, whereas Children's Home of Stockton was founded in 1882 by the Ladies' Aid Society of Stockton as an orphanage recognizing the need for a children's shelter that provided services for dependent and neglected children. And whereas the Children's Home of Stockton's tireless efforts over the last 140 years has strengthened and upheld its mission to giving at-risk youth an opportunity for a productive life through treatment and education in a safe and nurturing environment. And whereas Children's Home of Stockton has sponsored legislation and fought to protect and strengthen justice against human trafficking and for the health, well-being, and education of our youth. And whereas Children's Home of Stockton in 2021 and in collaboration with United Way of San Joaquin County and funding provided by the City of Stockton opened Catalyst, a fully staffed, around-the-clock, 12-bed transitional housing program for transition age youth ages 18 to 24. Now therefore be it resolved that this San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby recognize, honor, and congratulate Children's Home of Stockton on its 140th anniversary and commend them for their significant contributions to the youth and families of San Joaquin County. Presented this May 3rd, 2022. Chairman Nguyen.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Joel, did you have some comments?
If you don't mind, first, thank you so much, Chair Nguyen, Board of Supervisors, county staff. This acknowledgement of 140 years of existence of Children's Home of Stockton is very special, especially when you reflect on the amount of work and impact over 140 years that this organization has had on really the most vulnerable population in our community, and that's children and now foster youth, as well as homeless youth now. I wanted to just share a few things with you with regards to how we're celebrating our 140th anniversary. A lot has happened over those many decades, and on September the 22nd, in conjunction with the Hagen Museum and the San Joaquin County Historical Society, we're putting on a reception, and we invite you all, as well as the community, to join us in seeing an exhibit which will really showcase the impact over the many decades that Children's Home of Stockton has been in existence. As you all know, in 1882, we started out as an orphanage. Of course, we have transitioned and always stayed true to our conviction in helping at-risk youth, becoming a group home. More recently, our county's largest short-term residential therapeutic program. And now I'm really excited to see how Children's Home is continuing to evolve and respond to a big need, which is responding to homeless youth. As was noted in this acknowledgement, just last September, with support from the City of Stockton and a partnership with United Way of San Joaquin, Children's Home opened Catalyst, which is now an 18-bed transitional housing program. And if I can I read just a very brief testimonial? You know, we know that there's still a very big gap in the necessary housing and supportive services for homeless youth, and Catalyst right out the get-go has had a tremendous impact on the 18 youth that are utilizing that facility. I just wanted to share this very brief excerpt from a testimony from one of our current participants. Her name is Tia. She says it was fall 2020 and Tia's friend told her about Catalyst, a program that was helping him get back on his feet. The day I interviewed, I got accepted, said Tia. I cried. I was scared. I didn't know how to have a conversation with people. I didn't know where this would go. The staff at Catalyst helped Tia obtain her birth certificate and other documents she needed to apply for a job. She also learned how to manage her money. Tia is excited to begin an office job and hopes to one day become a business owner. I've changed a lot since I've arrived. I've learned how to be more positive, how to talk to people, how to share my feelings and not hold things in. I journal a lot, and I've learned how to deal with my emotions when I'm having a bad day. There are youth out there that need help, but it's hard, but they have a hard time expressing that they need help. They think that they can do it on their own. Life is not easy. Being an adult is hard. The program helps you understand how to be a stable adult. It's great to see others in the program succeeding. It makes me happy. It gives me hope. And if anything that has stayed true over the last 140 years of our existence is giving hope to those that are in our care. Thank you for this acknowledgement, and we hope to have a continued partnership to do even more for this community.
Well, certainly thank you. Vice Chair Rickman, did you have any comments?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for being here today, and congratulations on your 104th anniversary. That's a huge milestone. And, you know, there's not many organizations, you know, that can brag of 140 years in this community. You know, thank you for all you do for our children, for their health, well-being, and not just for our kids, but for our families as well. So thank you, and God bless you.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. I just want to thank you and your staff for all that you do for the kids in this community, really throughout the county. I know a lot of them come here. Joelle, since you've moved over to the children's home, you came at a time when the state was really making big changes in how services would be delivered to young people in this state. And there were a lot of programs that closed. It just wasn't feasible for them. And you and your staff have really put your shoulder to the wheel and figured this out, and not only continued services, but expanded them. And it is really amazing to see the work that all of you are doing at the children's home. On behalf of all of our kids, thank you so much.
Supervisor Laputa.
Thank you, Chair. Well, Joel, I just want to congratulate you and your staff. And 140 years is absolutely amazing. And what you do for the children of this county is special. And I went to the Catalyst presentation. That was a beautiful day to, you know, what you're doing for kids in this county who are homeless. And thank you, every one of you, for all you do.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. Ms. Joelle Gomez, where do we start with our praises? First, from Women's Shelter, the Children's, and this Catalyst program is so amazing. I had the opportunity to, when you guys did a little ribbon cutting, and slightly after COVID, I guess, meeting a couple of the young men that were there, and you just listened to their personal story, and not only is it inspirational, but it's hopeful that, you know, these people that, and their stories and what they've gone through, and the disparity and the challenge that they have, and that uphill climb. But to have that stability in their life and to have that gateway to a better tomorrow is so commendable. Now, they talk about there are people that consider what they do a job, career, and a calling. And I would definitely define that what you do, what Jean does, and the efforts that many in our community, this is your calling. This is a positive impact you have in lives that will reverberate like waves across an ocean throughout a community. So thank you. Really appreciate this ability just to, I know you're the representative of that 140-year history, but I've also heard and seen photos and, you know, heard the stories of people whose lives were turned around, and that children's home was their sanctuary and their salvation and their beginning of a great journey. So thank you for all that you do, and I hope that you come to the county for support in any way that we can continue helping you. Right.
Thank you, will do.
Well done, Jean. Thanks as well.
You know, oftentimes, which is necessary and certainly very appropriate, recognize organizations. But in that recognition, oftentimes we forget what you've actually done. And if you were to have the opportunity to go back to 140 years and to gather every child who's been through those programs and bring them together and let them give their testimony as Tia did, it would be amazing. And so when we talk about numbers, we forget sometimes those are children, each and every one of them, and all those who've come before. So what you're doing is had a dramatic and profound impact upon those youth, but also on the community. Because as we help our youth, we help ourselves, because obviously the youth is the future. And I think that's probably one of the things that I appreciate most of your organization, a lot of others I'm sure you're aware of. So I want to congratulate you, certainly on all the services you do. And as it has been stated, we also need to keep in mind the future and services that can be provided. It seems like, unfortunately, with our youth, we go from, I hate to say this because I'm not normally a negative person, we go from bad to worse. And we're looking at a whole host of issues. You obviously talk about homelessness, but also we have substance abuse, we have a whole host of things. And so I think what you're doing is making a difference. I just wish, because I know for every youth that you have in your house, that there are others out there who aren't getting that attention. And that's the sad part of it. And hopefully somewhere along the way, we can increase the numbers and provide greater opportunities for our youth, because they're all precious, they're all valuable, and they have a great opportunity to make a difference in our community. So with that, congratulations. Did you want to make some comments?
Just want to say thanks to every one of you for this recognition. You know, I've done a lot of research now through the Children's Home as we prepare for September and our reception and the exhibit we're going to put on. And I can tell you without reservation that every single story I have come across over the 140 years has been positive. There's not a single person that has ever said anything in the other direction about the Children's Home, but nothing but positive in their outcomes, the time that they were there. I like the fact that times do change, but our mission hasn't. It remains the same. So thank you very much for the day and the recognition today.
Thank you. Let me present you with your certificate.
Thank you, Chairman. Next, we have a proclamation of May 6th, 2022 as Child Care Provider Appreciation Day in San Joaquin County. And I would like to invite Family Resource and Referral Center's Joni Ohm to accept this proclamation on behalf of the center and the child care providers that are here today. And the proclamation reads, whereas Family Resource and Referral Centers San Joaquin, Child Care Aware of America, and other organizations nationwide are recognizing child care providers, and whereas nationwide over half the children under the age of 6 are in a child care setting, which provides critical enrichment opportunities, nurtures development for children of all backgrounds, and is a vital building block of our local and state economy. And whereas the COVID-19 pandemic has created tremendous hardships for child care providers and the families of San Joaquin County who depend on them, they have continued to meet the needs of families while risking their health and financial stability to remain open. And whereas San Joaquin County recognizes these hardships and has provided much needed relief to providers to help sustain the viability of child care by providing stipends to offset operation costs, funding to support the expansion and increased capacity of child care facilities, in an effort to support the early learning workforce. And whereas by calling attention to the importance of high-quality child care services for all children and families within San Joaquin County, these groups hope to improve the quality and availability of such services. And whereas our future depends on the quality of early childhood experiences provided to young children today, and support for high-quality childcare represents a worthy commitment to our children's future. Now therefore be it resolved that this San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim May 6, 2022 as Child Care Provider Appreciation Day in San Joaquin County and urges all citizens to recognize child care providers for their important work. Presented this third day of May 2022. Chairman Nguyen.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I assume you would have some comments?
We certainly do. Thank you very much. I want to introduce myself. My name is Johnny Ohm, and I'm here on behalf of one of my coworkers. I have Lupe, and we have Bertha, and Sherry. We all are. We want to sincerely thank you, Chair Nguyen, and supervisors for acknowledging the important role child care providers play in educating and shaping the lives of young children. They keep our children safe, nurture their curiosity, and prepare them for a lifetime of learning and growth. Child care providers also have a positive impact on our economy, helping parents enter the labor market, and now more than ever, businesses recognize child care is critical to their success. Family Resource and Referral Center pays tribute to all child care providers on this very special day. We want to call attention to the great sacrifice providers made during the last 2 years. They took extraordinary measures to ensure the safety of our children and families, and have continued to be the backbone support of our county's economic recovery. We are honored to be joined today by 2 family child care home providers. We have Denise Gray Gonzalez and Irene Dooley. Each participate in the programs that enhance the quality of child care given to children. We want to thank our USDA Child Care Food Program participating providers. Children that are cared for by providers participating in the Child Care Food Program benefit by being fed nutritious meals that ensure their proper development. Children gain from early nutrition education that helps them establish positive eating habits that will enrich their quality of their diet throughout their entire life. We also want to thank our early Head Start providers who are serving children from ages 0 to 3, providing low-cost family services that includes information and resources on nutrition, development, education, social health, dental and medical health, and early literacy education and engagement. We truly want to thank all providers for their heroic work they do each and every day. We are so proud to partner with you. Thank you for creating your creativity, enthusiasm, passion, kindness, understanding, and love you give to the children in your care. Thank you for serving your community and providing high quality service. Lastly, we'd like to acknowledge the work of our resource and referral colleague, Rachel Almendarez, who recently passed away. For over 2 years, Rachel was instrumental in helping those who were interested in becoming child care providers become licensed, supported the child care workforce with trainings, workshops that enhanced the quality of care provided to our home. Now I'd like to ask if Denise, I think she has a few things to say on behalf of, she is one of our child care providers in this county, and that's who we are honoring today.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Denise Gray. I'd like to thank the Board of Supervisors for inviting me to this special event and also providing me the opportunity to share my experience as a daycare provider. I'm an early childhood educator in Stockton. Within 18 years, I've been entrusted with over 100 children in a loving family environment. I have taught them life skills, given them structure, planned daily activities, and fed them healthy, home-cooked meals. These basic skills are important for them to learn before attending kindergarten. I've also been fortunate to have most of my daycare children attend the same school district as my children. This has provided me an up-and-close, intimate experience of watching these young learners, develop and blossom into great human beings.
Well, I appreciate it. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. Child development, how important that is for us and what you all are doing. If you look at any community throughout the world, any region, their future depends on that type of support network and healthy child development so that they can grow up, become moms and dads and productive members of a community. And it does really start in those early developmental stages. So we as a community, and so it's our honor on behalf of those that we represent to give you all appreciation. I know you're appreciated by the children, parents, and entirely throughout this community. So thank you all for the love that you give, that structure, the learning, the engagement, the smiles, and the patience that you give to our children. Our future and their future depends on it. So thank you all very much.
Supervisor Opuda.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to thank all of you for what you do for our children. I don't know how most parents do it, single parents and so forth, but, everyone needs help, and you guys do an amazing job. Thank you very much.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. With the cost of housing today, almost every young family requires two incomes to provide a roof over their heads and food on the table. And that means that almost by far the majority of young families are requiring childcare. And we have a tremendous shortage of in your ranks. So I'm really proud to be working with the Children's Alliance and the county's task force to be looking at some ways that we can use some of our COVID recovery dollars to provide the more lasting and sustainable support for your industry here in San Joaquin County, because what you do is absolutely critical, not just to the future of our children, but really for all of us, because they will be the ones that provide for us in our old age, that strengthen our local economies and provide for the next generation. And so thank you for all that you do. I know that for many child care providers, it's a financial sacrifice for you to do what you do. And you do it because you care and because you love children. And all of us are grateful to you, and we appreciate your efforts. Thank you.
Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all very much for being here today, for the work that you do, and to all the child care providers out there. Early childhood experiences, education is essential, for child development, and there's study after study after study that proves that. And, their future depends on it. And, if it wasn't for folks like you doing what you do, there would be a lot of kids, left behind. So thank you all very much for your dedication, and God bless you.
As I stated earlier, if we had an opportunity for all the children that you have helped and nurtured, we could fill a stadium. And I think that's the important part. I have to say, it's kind of personal to me because my wife for a number of years provided child care. But the reason I bring that up is because as has been stated, certainly everything you do is certainly helping them in the future. But I will tell you, on many occasions, like we'd be in Save Mart or some location, a little one would come up and hug her. So it's actually, it's not just that you're providing something for them. It's not in the nutrition or the teaching, things like that. It's true love, and it's security and making them feel wanted. And not that their parents don't want them, but again, it's a matter of connecting with them and making their life better. So for that reason, I want to thank all of you for what you do, because it's a tremendous impact. And more importantly, we've just gone through 2 years of just total upheaval. And in regards to what you're trying to do, in regard to all the rules and regulations to make sure everybody's safe, et cetera, I can only imagine the challenges you all faced. But you adapted. You did your job, and obviously provided the necessary care for all these families. So I want to thank you from the Board of Supervisors, certainly for all the residents of our county, for the tremendous help and difference that you've made in our county, especially with our children, who as was stated previously, are our future leaders. And so I think you can all take a lot of pride in the fact that you've helped build the future of our county and certainly our nation. So thank you very much. So if you want to get a picture or whatever, but we'll provide you with your proclamation. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Chairman. Next, we have the proclamation of May 2022 as Jewish Heritage Appreciation Month in San Joaquin County. And I would like to invite Rabbi Jason M. Gwazdoff of the Temple Israel here in Stockton, which I would like to note is one of the oldest Jewish congregations in the state of California, having been funded in 1851 when Jews first came to California during the gold rush. And the proclamation reads, whereas May was declared as Jewish American Heritage Month by former President George W. Bush in 2006. And whereas we celebrate the contributions of Jewish Americans have made since they first arrived in America in 1654 to the religious, cultural, political, economic, and intellectual advancement of all people, working tirelessly to realize their piece of the American dream with relentless spirit and remarkable achievements. And whereas Albert Einstein and Ruth Bader Ginsburg are just two prominent Jewish American figures who gave so much to our society. And whereas as participants in the civil rights movement, Jewish Americans were a large number of the citizens who attended voter registrations, rallies, sit-ins, and more. And whereas the rich heritage of their community in San Joaquin County is recognized and acknowledged for their tireless work to strengthen the promise of religious freedom and civil rights in our country. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim May 2022 as Jewish... Now, therefore, be it resolved that the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim May 2022 as Jewish Heritage Appreciation Month in San Joaquin County and urges all residents to reflect on how the Jewish American community contributed immeasurably to the fabric of our history, culture, science, education, and social justice. Presented this third day of May 2022. Chairman Nguyen.
Thank you, Clerk. Rabbi, a few comments?
First of all, I'd like to say thank you to the Board of Supervisors for this public recognition of Jewish History Month. As you heard, our temple here in Stockton, Temple Israel, has been a part of the history of our city from the very beginning. The first Jews coming in 1851, which was pretty much the beginning of our city. And Jews came, as you heard, because of the California gold rush. And most of them were not miners. They came because of the economic opportunities. Jews have been merchant class for centuries, and here was this opportunity. And so they were the dry goods salesmen who first, on a push cart and later building businesses downtown, they were selling all the provisions to the miners who would come via the port of Stockton and buy their provisions and then head on up to the mother lode to pan for their fortune. I think those Jewish merchants did better than most of those who were panning for gold, however. But we've been a part of the building of the city from the very beginning. It's hard to believe, but in 1856, when the temple built its first synagogue building, there were no local sawmills. So the wood had to be shipped in, and when it came to the port of Stockton, this is a part of our temple history, a couple of the temple members hitched a horse to a wagon and went down to the port and picked up the lumber and brought it to the site where they built our first building. But I cite that historic example just to underscore how Jews really have been a part of the building of our city and of our county from the very beginning. I think the first library was built by a wealthy Jewish family and was a gift to the city of Stockton. In the same way that Jews have been a part of the history of our country from the very beginning, Jews coming first to the United States during the colonial period with the first wave of immigration, and with every successive wave becoming a part of the American mainstream and contributing what we could. In this age of rising anti-Semitism, in this age of rising anti-Israel sentiment, it's so very important, I think, that we shine a light on this occasion of Jewish History Month so that we can learn the stories of the Jewish people that go back over 3,000 years, but also the more recent history of how Jews have integrated into the life of our country. And so on behalf of Temple Israel and the Stockton Jewish community, I thank you for this public recognition.
Well, thank you, Rabbi. Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. And thank you for all that you and your congregation contribute to the life of our community. As you said, you've been here since the very beginning, but not just been here. You've been a really integral part of this community, helping to build it, make it stronger, supporting educational efforts throughout our city. We wouldn't be the same Stockton without the Jewish community here. So thank you. We look forward to continuing to partner with you, and we look back at our rich history and also the rich history of your community here and throughout the United States. Thank you.
Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. And Rabbi, thank you very much for being here today. It is truly an honor to be here, where I sit, to recognize and pay tribute to the generations, as you mentioned, of Jewish Americans who have helped form the fabric of American society, not just here in San Joaquin County or California, but America as a whole, and to share their culture. So thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. I appreciate that our county had the opportunity to do this recognition, and it is indeed truly a rich culture and part of the fabric of our great heritage here locally. I pulled up a little information, if you will, Chairman. I wanted to read this, but the American Jewish history commenced in 1492 with the expulsion of the Jews from Spain. This action set off a period of intense Jewish migration, seeking to escape the clutches of the Holy Inquisition. Some Jews in the 16th century sought refuge in the young Calvinist Republic of the Netherlands. A century later, hundreds of their descendants crossed the ocean to settle in the new Dutch colony of Recife in Brazil, where Jewish communal life became possible for the first time in the New World. When Portugal recaptured this colony in 1654, its Jews scattered, refugees spread throughout Dutch Caribbean, beginning fresh Jewish communities. A boatload of about 23 Jews sailed to the remote Dutch port of New Amsterdam and requested permission to remain. This marked the beginning of Jewish communal life in North America. What a fantastic history of survivor. And as we know, if you go back to the Holy Land and read the Bible and that history of perseverance and the creation of a society and a better society and culture and the contributions, it's vast. And we're very proud of that heritage here in San Joaquin County. Having spent a considerable time in my life on the East Coast, to this day, some of my best friends are of Jewish heritage, and I'm very lucky to have that in my life as a youth and beyond. So thank you. Glad that we're able to give this recognition today. It's very meaningful, and it was overdue. So glad you're here, Rabbi. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to add, we look forward to celebrating in just another 4 years our 175th anniversary since the founding of Temple Israel. And we also look forward, not this spring, but God willing, next spring, to bringing back the Jewish Food Fair, where we open our doors to the Jewish community, and over 2,000 Stocktonians walk through our doors to enjoy the temple and all the good food and music of that day. So we look forward to it coming back.
Thank you. Supervisor Villapuga.
Thank you, Chair. Well, Rob, I just want to thank you for coming today and give us your brief history. I really appreciate the Jewish heritage and your history. And I, like you said, I missed the festival, and I'll be there again this year. And thank you for coming today.
Well, I would add and certainly appreciate the heritage of the Jewish people in San Joaquin County, certainly as Supervisor Patty alludes to in the United States. But I guess I have to go back and consider the Jewish nation for centuries, if not millennials, in regards to, I think, from my vantage point, the strength, the perseverance, the willingness to overcome adversity throughout their history is a testament, certainly, to the commitment that they have to themselves, but certainly to their faith. And I think that's really the key. The other thing I would say is when you talk about, back in the 1850s, the Jewish people have always been there to fill the gap, whatever it happens to be. And their efforts back, in the beginning of Stockton, et cetera, and whether it be the gold miners or whatever, is that filled a need. And that's all we can ask for is for people, individuals, nations to step up and to help those that desperately need their assistance. So, again, I want to thank you, certainly your temple, in regards to the Jewish people, not only in this county, but throughout the state and the nation, and throughout the world, for your contributions to our histories, and most importantly, our contributions to our communities. So again, thank you, and I appreciate you being here, and I'll present you with a proclamation.
Mr. Anderson, there's not a good light for Supervisor Patty. He's always going to look like that. This way.
Madam Clerk.
Chairman, our next recognition is the proclamation of May 2022 as Military Appreciation Month in San Joaquin County, and I would like to invite Post Commander of the Carl Ross Post Number 16, Kevin Temme, and Post Service Officer Martha Snyder to accept this proclamation, which reads, whereas Military Appreciation Month was introduced in 1999 by Senator John McCain and designated by Congress to be celebrated every May, it is a means for Americans to publicly thank our military. And whereas Military Appreciation Month encourages Americans to reflect on the sacrifices made by soldiers, sailors, and all current and former military personnel. And whereas we are reminded that we owe many of our freedoms and way of life to the people in the armed services who keep our country safe. And whereas May is an appropriate month for a military remembrance, since the month also includes VE Day, which commemorates the end of World War II in Europe, and culminates in Memorial Day, observed on the last Monday of May, to honor veterans who died in service. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim May 2022 as Military Appreciation Month in San Joaquin County and urges all residents to honor, thank, and pay tribute to former and current members of our military during this month. Presented this third day of May 2022. Chairman Nguyen.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Kevin, comments?
First off, Supervisors, Chairman, thank you all very much for this public recognition. Being Military Appreciation Month, we remember all the veterans that have served before us and our generation as well. But I'd like to keep that spotlight on the veterans who need the spotlight the most, our homeless veterans, veterans with mental health issues that lead to veteran suicide, they need our support more than the rest of us. And I like to keep the spotlight on them just for those reasons, because there's just not enough out there to help the many veterans that need these programs. Sorry, I didn't have anything prepared, so I'm winging it here.
It's okay.
But I just want to say thank you guys very much for this recognition and all your support that you guys have given us. I know I've talked to most of you individually, and you guys have shown us a lot of support over the years. And I'd like to continue collaboration with you guys on many more programs and things to come. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I am a new post-service officer for Colorado's Post 16, and I'd like to echo what our commander just said, is there are lots of veterans out there. We have 32,000 that are on the rolls with our local county veterans office, yet there are more than that that are not recognized because they haven't come in to actually register with our county. And now that the pandemic is kind of more behind us, I hope that we can get back to the business that we have done and partnered with for many, many years and decades to reach out to our veterans. And I'd also like to highlight to work with our veterans that are at San Joaquin Delta College. They've been hurting pretty bad during the pandemic. And again, like Commander said, is those that are really in need, put the highlight on them. And again, thank you for the recognition.
Thank you. Supervisor Villapudra.
Hello. Sir, well said. We can't thank veterans enough. There's so many veterans that need help, and we try our best to help them all. And every month is Veterans Appreciation Month, so we thank you for everything for your service.
Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, all of you, for being here today, and thank you for your service. You know, we owe our military personnel, you know, a debt of gratitude that, you know, we can never, ever fully repay. You know, but one thing that we can do is remember and take care of those who served, or continue to serve, and those who pay the ultimate sacrifice. And also, you know, remember their families and what the families of our service members go through also, and make sure they're taken care of. So again, thank you all for being here. Thank you for your service, and God bless you guys.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. Thank you for all the work that you continue doing to represent our veterans and to help collaborate to bring those services. This board has been very supportive. It's part of why we've made ending veterans homelessness our top priority in San Joaquin County, and are developing the first housing that San Joaquin as an organization has ever developed will be for veterans. And so, but we pledge to continue that. We know that we haven't reached every veteran, and there are still many who need services, certainly deserve services, and those are services we want to provide. So we're looking forward to continuing to collaborate with you to help us figure out the best way that we can connect folks who have served our country, connect them to the services and the supports that they need. So thank you. We look forward to continuing to work with you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. As Supervisor Miller just pointed out, I believe we are just the office holders that, in continuity, the supervisors before us and throughout our history, I'm certain, have stood up and been resolute in their dedication to what our veterans' needs are and the appreciation. And we do know we have a VA clinic that's coming into town. That was in strong part because of Supervisor Leroy Ornelas and Supervisor Carlos Villapudua and others going back to Washington and standing up and fighting for it, as well as former Supervisor Besta Laritas. So, you know, there is, again, that continuity. We're proud of the effort we've taken and the priority we made in veteran housing. That was something that we in our strategic planning put right at the top of the list, and Supervisor Elliott was here. So we do stand with you. We also recognize, the strength of our freedom depends on the willingness of those that will stand up and defend those rights. Because we as a country are without those freedoms if the military will not serve and defend. And we know that oftentimes those calls might bring you overseas through great peril and risk and sacrifice to yourselves and to the families. My Chief of Staff's a Gold Star father, not by choice, but he's the father of proud father of a Marine. This is all a reflection of those that are among us that are the bravest, those that are sitting here now that continue to still serve their country by service to their community. So we thank all of you and we stand with you, and we're proud to have this recognition. But as Supervisor Villaputo pointed out, for us, every month is military recognition. We truly appreciate that sacrifice and that commitment to this great nation of ours. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Well, I have to echo my fellow supervisors' comments in regards to not only the commitment, the bravery, and the service of our military. As a former Marine, of course, they're part of the Navy, or vice versa, depending on your perspective. But the reality is that those who serve in the military are a special class. And I say that because it's not just their service, certainly in time of war or in time of peace, but I think the training, and maybe I'll use myself as an example, made a difference in my life as a young 19-year-old without a lot of direction. And so I think that's really the key. More importantly, I had an opportunity to teach college for 9 years. And those who served in the military who were in those classes were all leaders. I mean, they just, and it wasn't just because of their military experience, but they had this capability of taking charge and to moving forward. And I think that's one of the keys, is that once you've gone through the military, and it doesn't matter what branch, is I think you come out the other side to be a stronger individual, one who can be a decision maker, and obviously, in most cases, a leader. So I want to thank all of you for being here, certainly for your service. And it's not just the past service, it's what you learned and what you did during those years. And more importantly, it's the contributions you're making today in whatever you're doing, because that's really the key. You are, in my opinion, probably the backbone of this country in regards to what you've done and what you're continuing to do, even though you're not serving actively, but you're still making a difference in our community. So again, thank you all for what you've done. We're obviously honored to have the opportunity to recognize our military personnel, and hopefully we'll do this every year to remember what your sacrifices have been, but more importantly, your contributions will be. So thank you all very much, and I'll make this presentation. Does want to join? Okay.
I'm going to join. Chairman, I'm going to come down and join if anybody else wants to.
Okay, right there.
All right, Dennis.
Richard, the chairman will give you 1 minute if you have the 1 minute. Yeah. Okay. Good morning, everybody. Chairman, board, especially my friend Tom, thank you for this opportunity. I really appreciate this. My name is Richard Campos. I'm a former Marine, Iraq War veteran. I'm just a messenger, and my message today is I just came back from Ukraine about 10 days ago, and I was there for about a week. So I was able to visit a school in Ukraine and visit some soldiers there in Ukraine as well. As I was talking to the soldiers, I was congratulating them, telling them what a great job they were doing, and we in the world really appreciate them. Then I asked them, is there anything you need? Tell me, anything you need. And they told me, the soldiers did, that their soldiers are dying in the field from bleeding out. They can't, they don't have tourniquets. So they asked me if there's any way, what can I do when they get back to the States? So what I've been doing, thankfully with the help of Tino Adami and Kevin, the commander of American Legion Post 16, Carl Ross, we were able to get some donations. So to buy medical kits such as this. Pardon my back. These medical kits is about roughly $70, $75. What they have in it, which is very important for the troops on the front line, is a tourniquet, blood clotting material in here, as well as abdominal patches, bandages, as well as chest and bandages as well, and arm and leg, of course, as well. So I'm going back with my good friend Stan Rapata on May 15th, about 2 weeks, a short 2 weeks. When I'm asking if it's possible, sir, even in the audience, if you wish to contribute, if you can, if you feel comfortable, give me some cash, and I'll buy these. I already got a shipment coming in from San Diego, and they'll be here this week. And I'm trying to take as many as I possibly can. I'm hoping to get about 50 of these kids, and I'm pretty sure I can get that. I'm pretty sure. So I appreciate this opportunity that Mr. Patty is giving me. And Chairman, thank you so much. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me now. Again, thank you for this opportunity.
What's the cost per kit?
Per kit is about $75, about $75.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'd like to ask our CAO, is there any funds that we as the county could do to help sponsor Carl Ross, and through your office or through board approval, if we agendize, how could we help get them 50 or 100? It's not a very large amount, but it's something that our county might be able to contribute to those that are fighting for their own freedom.
Supervisor Patty, I'll have to look into that. I don't have an answer off the top of my head.
Okay. Thank you. We'll look into it.
Well, thank you, Chairman. And real quick, I won't take too much time. These were given to me as gifts from the children in Ukraine when I was visiting the school to show their appreciation. So
well done, Marine. Thank you.
No, thank you, Tom. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Richard. Appreciate it. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Chairman. The next recognition is the proclamation of May 5th, 2022 as National Day of Prayer in San Joaquin County, and I would like to invite Pastor Doug Deisler of the Mission City Church to the podium to receive the proclamation, which reads, Whereas throughout our history, Americans have put their faith in God, and no one can doubt that we have been blessed for it. And whereas the hard work of our people, the freedom they enjoy, and their faith built this country and made it the envy of the world. And whereas prayer is today as powerful a force in our nation as it has ever been. And whereas prayer and meditation brings relief from despair, strength through forgiveness, wisdom, reconciliation, and guidance. And whereas as our county and our world continue to endure the effects of a pandemic and its unbearable hardships, we can all be lifted in prayer and unity. And whereas we should never forget those around the world who are being held or persecuted because of their convictions, whatever their faiths or beliefs, and wherever they are held, let us continue to take every action within our power to secure their freedom. And whereas on April 17, 1952, President Harry S. Truman signed a bill proclaiming a National Day of Prayer on which the people of the United States may turn to God in prayer and meditation at places of worship, in groups, and as individuals. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim May 5th, 2022 as National Day of Prayer in San Joaquin County, and encourages people of San Joaquin County to lift our leaders, our nation, and our communities in prayer or meditation according to their own faith and consciousnesses on this day and throughout the year. Presented this third day of May, 2022. Chairman Nguyen.
Thank you, Clerk. Pastor?
I just want to just say how honored I am to be able to be here with all of you today. And I'm so proud of Supervisor Rickman and this proclamation and just his leadership, the courage of conviction to be able to make this proclamation here today. And just want to honor all of our supervisors and our city leaders and all the difference makers in the room today. We are definitely living in challenging times for sure, and we need hope, and Jesus is the hope of the world. For me, I'm not looking to be politically correct. I want to be biblically correct. I think throughout our history in this great nation, we've seen what it looks like when we reject the principles of God. America is great when America is good. When America is no longer good, America is no longer great. This is why we so desperately need God. I don't want to date us in the room today, but I can remember being a kid and some of the first gaming systems. I would play Nintendo. And when the game would freeze, some of you guys may have experience with this, what you would do is you would hit the eject button, you would take that cartridge out, and you would bang it around and then blow on it. You'd stick it back in there and hit the reset button, and it usually always worked. But this is what's happening. Oftentimes, when we go through crisis, when things are shaking, I believe renewal happens in those times of crisis where God is getting ready to breathe on America again. Why I'm here today. I want to be a part of real change, not change that comes through policies, but change that comes through the presence of God. Government makes a difference, but only Jesus can truly change lives. My experience in California, many people are relocating, trying to get out of this state, and they're moving to other states, maybe where they agree with the politics or it's cheaper to live. I believe California is a great state. It's an incredible state. And as the saying goes, as California goes, so goes the nation. I'm believing for an incredible move of God and just an incredible resurgence of faith in this state. Prayer is not a last resort, but it's a first response. As long as we are praying, God is working. In James 5:16, for tremendous power is released through the passionate, heartfelt prayer of a godly believer. There's no hurt that he can't heal. There's no chain that he can't break. There's no obstacle that he cannot overcome. And there's no crisis that God cannot cure. So if you would all allow me, I would love just to lead us in a prayer today. If you guys would bow your hearts with me today. God, we just come before you today on this day in this great nation. And we are asking, God, even in this moment, that you would just fill this room with your presence. God, you love every single person in this room. There is no stranger here to you, God. We are all fearfully and wonderfully made. You love and value every person here. Your heart, God, is not that we would pursue you through religion, but you just want to have a personal relationship with every person in the room today. We thank you, Jesus, for the cross, that you died for the sins of humanity, that when we put our trust in you and ask for forgiveness of sin, we can have everlasting life. I pray for unity right now in our country. I pray for unity in our government. God, that we would look to you, that you would bring healing to our nation, that you would bring healing to your people, that we would turn our hearts to you, God, that we would cry out for forgiveness of sin. Let there be unity, God, in our government politics. We thank you that Jesus doesn't cancel people. He cancels sin. We pray for safety in our cities in San Joaquin County. Give us safety. God, that your hand of protection would be upon us. We pray for safety in our schools. We are thankful for our police officers, the men and women who are bravely protecting us. We pray for our first responders. We are so thankful for our military who are fighting around the globe to protect freedom. And I pray for Ukraine right now, for all of those that are fighting for their freedom and the lives that are being lost. We pray for a move of God in that nation. In 2 Samuel 10:12, it says, "Be courageous, let us fight bravely for our people and the cities of our God. May the Lord's will be done." In Proverbs 28:2, it says, "A rebellious nation is thrown into chaos, but leaders anointed with wisdom will restore law and order." And finally, Titus 3, verses 1 through 2, remind people to respect their governmental leaders on every level as law-abiding citizens and be ready to fulfill their civic duty. And remind them to never tear down anyone with their words or quarrel, but instead be considerate, humble, and courteous to everyone. God, we just thank you for this great nation that we are so blessed and honored to live in. We look to you, we turn our hearts to you, and we ask, God, that you would turn your heart towards us. We pray this, Jesus, in your name. Amen.
Supervisor Petty.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Pastor, for being here. I know that we've met before, and you've got such an enlightened spirit, and you think about that power of prayer, psychologically, emotionally, physically, how it manifests to the positive throughout our communities, throughout history, and for an individual's salvation, when they oftentimes become humbled and fall upon their knees and reach out to God for the strength to continue, because life is unbearable at the moment. And you hear about stories at places like Gospel Rescue Center, and those that find salvation and strength and peace and a new beginning with that renewal and that humble understanding that God is great, and the power of prayer is monumental in our lives and in our salvation. So thank you for being one of those guiding lights, and we as a community thank and appreciate you, and our society does. So thanks.
Supervisor Villaputa.
Thank you, Chair. Well, sir, thank you for that beautiful prayer. Absolutely beautiful. And the power of prayer is amazing. I think I pray every day for my family and what's going on in the world and the pandemic and Ukraine. So I'm big into prayer. So thank you.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. Thank you for being here today to accept this proclamation. Stockton and San Joaquin are one of the most diverse counties in the country. Stockton is considered the most diverse city, and not just based on race, but also based on the number of faiths that are represented throughout our county. And so it's appropriate that this is a national day of prayer that's not attached to any one faith, but is really a time to set aside for all of us to contemplate our lives and to aspire to be better individuals, and also to see what we can do to make our communities better and our nation stronger. So thank you for being here today.
Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. And Pastor Doug, thank you for being here today, making the trip over here to Stockton. As many of you know, when I was Mayor of Tracy, Pastor Doug used to come before our council meeting, as I believe you are tonight in the city council, and conduct a prayer before our meetings. And so I do miss that, so I'm miss seeing you. But, I believe, this proclamation that we have here today is important, more now than it has ever before. And if you look in the past, just last year, and during the COVID-19 restrictions, the residents of the state were denied and discriminated against by our state government to enter houses of worship to pray. It took 5 Supreme Court decisions to reverse that unconstitutional restriction and allow people back to church to pray. The public and private expression of our faith in God through prayer is fundamental. It's a part of our American heritage. For many, prayer is an integral part of their daily life and provides comfort in times of crisis or need. However, the free exercise of religion and to pray is not a right we enjoy solely by virtue of being Americans. It's a fundamental human right that should be honored in every nation around the world. More than 2 centuries ago, the founders of our nation sought to protect the religious freedom that inherently belongs to every human being. So, Pastor, thank you very much for being here, and God bless you, and God bless San Joaquin County.
Excuse me, Pastor, just one more thing, because you get the proclamation. So, as has been stated by my fellow supervisor, I think one of the things that overall that faith brings hope, and oftentimes, and more importantly, brings comfort and solace and security. And as Supervisor Miller touched upon, obviously, this is a very diverse country, very diverse world. But I think the important thing is however an individual sees their and I guess connects with their relationship to provide those benefits is really probably a game changer in regards, you talk about Nintendo, my generation is in television. So again, these are all things that we remember. So again, thank you for coming. Thank you for certainly your words, and more importantly, and let me give you this proclamation. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Chairman. Next, we have the proclamation of May 2022 as Stroke Awareness Month in San Joaquin County. And I would like to invite Healings and Motions Mary Nicholson to the podium, and I believe that she is also joined by Danny Noose and George Lewis from the Stockton Mayor's Task Force for Persons with Disabilities, Richard Delatorre, the former county employee overseeing grants for Human Services Agency, who had a stroke and is challenged with life as a survivor. And also Daniel Kim, San Joaquin County Public Health, and Manny Alfonso of St. Joseph's Medical Center. And the proclamation reads, whereas a year-long study conducted by the American Academy of Neurology found that among people with COVID-19 who were hospitalized in an intensive care unit, 2% experienced a stroke after they were admitted to the ICU. And whereas strokes are a known serious complication of COVID-19, with some studies reporting a higher than expected occurrence, especially in young people. And whereas racial and economic disparities in stroke persist in the U.S. and around the world, and signals the need for broader health equity in stroke care and management. And whereas stroke awareness and education continues to play important roles in both pre and post-stroke care and management. And whereas strokes continue to be a major cause of death and long-term disabilities. And whereas the importance of responding to the stroke symptoms as an emergency can save a life. Now therefore be it resolved that this San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim May 2022 as Stroke Awareness Month in San Joaquin County in order to promote public awareness and the treatment options that are available with a timely response. Presented this third day of May 2022. Chairman Wynn.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mary?
Thank you. It's an honor to be here and to see all of you. Today is National Stroke Alert Day, May 3rd, 2022. 15 years ago, after my own brain aneurysm and stroke, I was looking for resources in the community even of Santa Clara County. The services were not available here, and the services in Santa Clara County were all utilized. The events that took place were sold out. And it was at that time, 15 years ago, that Healings in Motion was founded. The work that Healings in Motion has been able to do has been done with a community of people, professionals, stroke survivors, and caregivers who have come together to speak up and work together for better stroke outcomes. And as you well know, we have accomplished quite a bit with the hospitals becoming primary stroke centers, and we've increased awareness. However, awareness must continue. And right now, I want to just quickly go over some of the symptoms using the acronym B FAST. B for balance. And if you just don't feel like you're stable, it might be a sign of stroke. Eyes, your vision may change suddenly, and the magic word is suddenly. All of a sudden, you might have a droop in your face. It's not the same. And arms, if there's no balance, and one may wave from one side to the next, that may be a stroke symptom. And then speech impairments, sudden speech problems, and of course, time. The brain, the relevancy of our brain and how much time it takes to get help makes a big difference, because you may see disabilities, and that's because it took too long to seek help. Stroke affects our workforce. It is affecting people at a younger age. And so I have with me right now Danny Nuss, who is with UOP, and he works with a lot of young people who have had a disability. And stroke is the #1 cause of long-term disability in the world. And so at this time, I'd like for Danny to come forward. But, excuse me, Danny, I do want to let you know that I have the information on the stroke symptoms, because everybody should have it. And also right now, a lot of my time has been showing empathy and talking to people who had a stroke during the pandemic. I get a lot of calls from people who want to tell their story, who don't know where the resources are and what can be done to help with recovery. And Healings in Motion is really focused on recovery. And there's so many different things that's going on. One of which, being that it's Stroke Awareness Month, we are doing a lot of programs for stroke recovery, having national speakers working with us to talk about things like brain plasticity. There was a thought that after 6 months, whatever healings you had were pretty much it. But because the brain has plasticity and you do more to recover and engage in things that you weren't doing before, your brain can start to heal. And so that is the kind of things that Healings in Motion is doing in the month of May. Having wonderful speakers. We don't have a limitation on where we get the information from, as long as it works. We do that. And one of the other things that people are dealing with is loneliness and isolation. And so
We have these wonderful books for you so that you can recognize and understand that so many people right now are suffering, and loneliness and isolation is a major part of that. And as a community as a whole, we can help. We can do something about it, and we can communicate, because it can not only affect you as an individual, but also family members. And the essence of recognizing the stroke symptoms and getting to the hospital as an emergency is really the key. So at this time, I'd like Daniel to speak from his perspective, and then Jim Chong to talk a little bit about stroke from his perspective.
Thank you, Mary. Thank you, Board of Supervisors. Appreciate the opportunity to be here this morning. So I'm a longtime volunteer of Healings in Motion and working with Mary Nicholson, Healings in Motions. And I just got to say, if stroke has not already impacted your personal life in some way, you, a family member, a friend, one, I'd be surprised, and two, I'm going to tell you it will. Just in the last 10 years has been volunteering and working with Mary. Every time I bring up this organization, somebody mentions, oh my gosh, my uncle just had a stroke, my grandfather had a stroke, or somebody passed away. And what I've noticed in the last few years is it's happening to younger and younger folks. A friend of mine in his 30s, completely healthy last year, had a stroke and nearly took his life, still recovering to this day. I work at University of the Pacific, and I will tell you, I have students that come in 18 years old as a freshman, stroke survivors, right? It's happening to more and more younger folks. And as Mary indicated, it's the #1 cause of long-term disability. And imagine being a person in our community who either has a stroke or has a loved one who has a stroke, and what do you do? Who do you talk to? You may talk to a doctor. But this organization is a lifeline for so many families in our community. Just getting connected, being able to ask the questions, and to get that support has made such a difference that it's the reason I'm a proud volunteer of this organization. And Mary's not doing it for the accolades. She's not doing it for the big paycheck. She's doing it to make a difference in our community and help lives. So I'm just honored to be here today and to support Mary and to be part of this community. And I'd like to let you know we're having an event on August 13th at University of the Pacific. It's a fundraiser, we call it Brain Health to Beat Stroke, 5K, walk, run, or roll. We have a champions walk it's for free for folks that are stroke survivors. And of course, the rest of it is to try to bring awareness, raise some funds so that Mary can continue to do the great work that she does in this organization. So again, thank you for allowing us to be here. Proud volunteer and a proud member of this community. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Jim T. Chong, and I go by the Walk Star, W-O-K-S-T-A-R, like a cooking walk. I say, party like a what? Walk Star. Walk Star. You know, I think you're right, Tom, Mr. Patty, and also Rick Rickman. You know, just looking at you guys are a good-looking board of supervisors. But one thing I wanted to tell you, all this can change if you have a stroke. My dad had a stroke. Somebody I loved very dearly had a stroke. And really, just an instant when you can get that help, if you know what to do, that can determine whether you're paralyzed for life or possibly fully recover. This is what stroke awareness is all about, really giving information so that we can really maximize everyone's life. Doesn't that sound like a good idea? And, you know, I've seen Healings in Motion through the last several years, you know, being able to just be in front of the room and back of the room serving. I've seen you, Tom, just serve at Healings in Motion's events. It means a lot for the community. Think of what it means to the people that are stroke. We don't call them victims. We call them survivors and thrivers because we have a lot to learn from them as well. And some of you might have seen me. I emceed the Chinese New Year parade out here for several years. You know, Healings in Motion has put together events in the hospital, in the hospitals, and just different events. But when you think of the value of a life, your life could change in a moment. This is what stroke awareness is all about. And I hope that you really decide, however you can, through prayer. I love the fact that you honored prayers, veterans, our country's freedom. You know, this is really a battle that we have through the pandemic, is really acknowledge the things that are most important, life, giving everyone the right to live a full life. This is what Healings in Motion is all about over the last several years. And there's a lot more to be done. This walk in UOP, what day is it? August what? 13th. August 13th. I don't know if I've seen any of you out there before. How many of you have been to a stroke walk here? We've been doing it for several years in the county. I'm not trying to put you on the spot. We would love your participation and support. I hope we can count on it. All the way out to Tracy. And you know, there's just so many great things that can happen here. But we all have to take action. Mary Nicholson has been, she doesn't like it when I always highlight her, but she's been the spark to the flame here. And really, it's about stroke awareness. It's not about any individual. It's about us as a community. San Joaquin County, I love this county, and just I love to give everyone the maximum opportunity in life. Think of Healings in Motion when you hear of somebody getting a stroke. Healingsinmotion.org, where you can contribute. Thank you so much for your time. Take care.
I want to say that to offset some of the loneliness and social isolation, Healings in Motion started our support groups again. It's at the library downtown on the second Wednesday of every month from 1:30 to 3, so that we can help people come out, interact with other survivors, so that we can really make a difference in social connection and mental attitude. So just know that we are rocking and rolling.
Thank you, Mary. Vice Chair Rigman.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all for being here today. And this is so important. The information that you just brought forward, this proclamation is so important for that same reason. You know, bringing education and awareness can and will save lives, save, permanent disability like you mentioned. And let people know that there are services available here in San Joaquin County for those who have suffered that stroke. And you mentioned too, and I was wondering the same thing. It seems like you are seeing so much more of younger folks getting strokes. It used to be, at least, you remember, I know I had a family member that, had a stroke, and of course they, were older, but, the cause and, I've seen our young kids, our young adults getting it. It's worrisome. And so, yes, thank you all very, very much for what you're doing for our community. And to think about it, somebody's here, they get some of the information, the education awareness that you provide them. They take it not just here in California, but take it outside the state. So, it's just like a flower, it just blooms and grows and grows and grows, and hopefully more lives will be saved. So, again, thank you all very much, and God bless.
Supervisor Villapudra.
Thank you, Chair. Well, Mary, thank you for every year coming and bringing stroke awareness to attention, first and foremost. And my dad had a stroke, and I've had several friends, older friends, that have had strokes, and they're devastating. And really appreciate Healing in Motion, what you guys done for the community and everybody who suffered a stroke. So I really appreciate you showing up today and speaking about this. Thank you.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. Mary Nicholson, when you walk in the room, for me, it just lights up. Your smile is radiant, your energy, the positive attitude you bring, not only being a survivor, but also pioneering and launching efforts to help those that have had a stroke and the families. And as you know, the challenge that creates, where what used to be normal, like walking across the room or eating and feeding ourselves or taking care of ourselves, can become a daily challenge and a hardship for a family. So the efforts that you all have taken on behalf of this cause is monumental and incredible for our local community and stroke survivors and their families. So thank you. I mean, we really, truly appreciate it, and glad that at least every year we can give you some recognition and send us some information on the walkathon so that we could be walk stars like you, Jim. We appreciate it, and look forward to some participation and some fundraising for the effort. But also, to no small feat, is the accomplishment that our local hospitals all were able to reach as a stroke rapid response center. So thank you for those efforts. Our community is better due to all of the work that you have put in. So again, thanks.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. Mary, it's just been a pleasure working with you and providing support since you first got started. And, I know you don't do this for the limelight, and you are very self-effacing about all the accomplishments of Healings in Motion, but the reality is all of the education, all of the good works, all of the support that's been provided to survivors and their families, it wouldn't have happened without you, Mary. This was your baby, and you brought it to life, and you have nourished it for the last 15 years. And as an elected official, it's been an honor to provide whatever support we can to see an organization like yours grow and provide so many good things for the residents of our county. So thank you. Look forward to continuing the work together.
Mary, it was mentioned that you're a spark. I think you're more like a forest fire. Obviously, you have a much greater impact in this particular area, which is extremely important to our residents. One of the things that I was involved with our EMS agency in regards to the stroke centers for our hospitals, and I really appreciated their efforts because it took a lot of work, as you know, to reach that certification level. So, and I know that you were a part of that in many ways, but I think by accomplishing that, I think we made a difference for our residents in the county, especially if they have a stroke and hopefully can receive that, as opposed to a lifelong disability recovery, which is critical. So again, I want to thank all of you for what you do, your entire staff, certainly your message. You're a champion. You're an individual who obviously has made a difference. And as I've said to other groups that have come here this morning, it would be nice to see how many individuals that you've actually helped over the years with your message and certainly your passion for our residents and their health. So I think those are things that I just wish there was a way somewhere along that we could assemble all those that we've affected and listen to their stories in regards to how your message and your help has made a difference, not just in their lives, but as you know, it affects more than the individual. It affects the family, it affects friends, it affects the community. And so these are things that I think are extremely important, and you've been kind of the center of, and as the center, I know you don't care for the accolades and the recognition or whatever, but it's just part of your DNA. That's what you do, and you do it so greatly and with great impact. So again, I want to thank you and all of you for what you're doing. And I'll give you all a proclamation for this, and thank you again for all you've done. Let me give that.
I'll say healings in motion. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Healings in motion. Thank you.
Okay, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Chairman. Next, we have the proclamation of May 2022 as National Older Americans Month in San Joaquin County. And I would like to invite the Commission on Aging Chair Wayne Templeton and members at large Fran Block and Gina Castellano to receive the proclamation, which reads, whereas since 1963, the month of May has been recognized as National Older Americans Month. And whereas more than 148,223 adults age 60 and above reside in San Joaquin County. And whereas older adults are a key source of strength, vitality, and support in our community, who play an important role in fostering the connection and engagement that builds strong and resilient communities. And whereas all residents of San Joaquin County are encouraged to demonstrate their appreciation of the contributions made by our seniors and their leadership. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim May 2022 as National Older Americans Month in San Joaquin County and urges all residents to honor San Joaquin County's older residents. Presented this third day of May 2022. Chairman Nguyen.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Wayne?
Well, thank you, Chairman Nguyen, and God bless you, Chairman Nguyen and Honorable Board. I'm humbled. I believe we both are honored and consider this a privilege to accept this proclamation on behalf of older adults living in each of the cities and supervisorial districts represented on the Commission on Aging. And I'd like to congratulate and encourage those commissioners who are advocates for programs and policies that promote a healthy lifestyle, independent living, and dignity as we all go through this aging process. And I'd like to thank the board again for keeping older adult issues at the forefront of the public's attention each year by presenting this proclamation. Again, thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm glad that you're here and we're able to give some recognition. At one point, if we're lucky enough, we look back on our childhood photos and we were once young and vibrant and running around. As we get older, we go through many trials and tribulations. We see many changes, and oftentimes I'll meet some people that are a little bit more senior than myself, and I'll think, boy, you've seen a lot of changes, haven't you? And I'll think back, I'm like, wait a minute, I've seen a lot of changes because I'm getting older, luckily. So, and oftentimes it's no short miracle that we survive some of the challenges or hardships that we might experience, but we do, and we have persevered. You're a great example of that, and standing up and speaking out for needs and a part of our community that we owe and are tremendously in debt for, because you were the leaders and the pioneers in many instances, and you've had tough challenges in your lives. Everybody has a story, and every story is unique. So we thank you, we recognize you, and all of our seniors. We truly appreciate the vestige of goodness, the strength, the integrity that you've shown, the difficulties and the hardships that you've endured. We appreciate you, and we are a better community because of all that you gave and all that you've done. Thank you.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. Thank you for being here today. It's always a pleasure to honor our older Americans. The older I get, the more I appreciate everything that that not only you've done and gone through to get to where you are today, but how much you continue to contribute. We would be in tough shape without the continued contributions of all of our older residents. So thank you for what you have given. And thank you for what you continue to give to our communities. We appreciate it, and we're very grateful for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for being here. Great to see you both, all of you. And the wisdom and experience, of a generation. A lot of times you don't know what you have until it's gone. And, older folks in our communities are the leaders that we look up to. Hey, I have very, very fond memories and, looking back in my youth of, my granddad or my grandmother spending time at, the dairy, and, what I've learned from just sitting down and talking. And Mr. Timpson, a prime example, I'll mention somebody's name, Sam Matthews, how much history and knowledge that individual, that man has of the city of Tracy, the surrounding communities, and San Joaquin County as a whole. And I just wish everybody could sit down with folks like that and absorb the knowledge and experience and what they have, so we can pass it down from generation to generation to generation, so it's never lost. And, you know, I want to thank those also that are on the Commission of Aging. And you mentioned that some problems or some events that are unique to our older folks in our community that we have to make sure that we keep on our radar and that we take care of our leaders and our older folks in our community. So again, thank you all very much for being here, and God bless you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Sir, thank you for showing up today and representing older Americans. Really appreciate all of you, because you paved a future for all of us younger Americans. I'm sure you have amazing stories, and I'd love to sit down with you one day and hear your story. Thank you, sir.
Like that. Thank you.
Being part of the older Americans, I can certainly identify, but I do appreciate both of you being here to accept this proclamation. I think, you know, looking back at my history, I probably remember my mistakes more than my victories. And those are lessons that are invaluable in regards to keeping us, you know, within the corridors of what needs to be done. And I think that's the real key. Unfortunately, you know, over time, and I'm not sure how it currently is today, but, you know, if you look at other countries, you know, the older residents are revered to a great extent. And somewhere along the way, sometimes, you know, it seems in this country that, you know, it's all about the young. It's all about youth and all the things that go along with that. But the fact of the matter is you know, that all of us, you know, who've been around for a while have the opportunity to share, if asked, you know, our perspective or our recommendation on things, because oftentimes we've been there, done that, and maybe not as well as we should have. And therefore, it's that kind of experience that hopefully helps the younger generations to do a better job, and that's what we can hope for. So again, I want to thank you for being here and representing the Commission on Aging and all the older residents we have in our county, because they can still make contributions. I had a meeting the other day with a gentleman who's 92 and still going strong. He's sharper than me. So my point is that you know, chronological age oftentimes is considered, but the fact of the matter is just as how young as we feel and we present ourselves, that really makes a difference. And those who continue to be active have a greater longevity, I'll put it that way, than those who kind of just, you know, sit down or whatever. And so again, I want to thank you certainly for your commitment and certainly your activities. So let me provide you with this proclamation.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Our next recognition is the proclamation of May 15th through 21st, 2022 as National Public Works Week in San Joaquin County. And I would like to invite Public Works Director Chris Balaji and Utilities Superintendent Ben Guzman to receive this proclamation, which reads, whereas public works services provided in our community are an integral part of our citizens' everyday lives, and whereas the support of an understanding and informed citizenry is vital to the efficient operation of public works systems and programs such as streets and highways, flood control, water resources development, delivery of storm drainage, sanitary, sewer, solid waste collection, and street lighting services. And whereas the health, safety, welfare, and quality of life of San Joaquin County residents greatly depends on these facilities and services, including their planning, design, construction, and maintenance and operation, which is vitally dependent upon the efforts and skills of public works employees. And whereas this year's theme, Ready and Resilient, represents the quality of life brought to communities through the world by public works professionals. Now therefore be it resolved that this San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim the week of May 15th through 21st, 2022 as National Public Works Week in San Joaquin County, and calls upon all citizens and civic organizations to acquaint themselves with the issues involved in providing public works, and to recognize the contributions that public works employees make every day to improve the quality of life for present and future generations. Presented this third day of May 2022. Chairman Nguyen.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Director Balaji, any comments?
I wasn't going to make any comments because you folks all know what a great job Public Works does. My mom always used to tell me that you recognize my importance only when something goes wrong at home. And such is the greatness of our staff in Public Works. Today we have our executive team and Ben here representing the 400 plus men and women of Public Works who are out there, rain or shine, cold, windy nights when the trees fall down to clear the roads, or to unblock those, blocked storm drains when, the leaves goes and plug them, to keep the people when, like Supervisor Rickman, when he wants to go to his shift at night so that he has a road that is clear and safe that he can go to work and come back. But I tell you though, right, of everything that we do, the greatest bonus that we get is when our customers send us a thank you note, right? And Chairman, if you would allow me to read just this one thing from your district, right? Woodbridge Greens HOA, right? Ben, our superintendent, got me this last meeting when we had. So it says, San Joaquin County Public Works Utilities Division, Mr. Ben Gussman. On behalf of the residents in the Woodbridge Greens homeowner subdivision, we would like to thank you and your staff for coming to our aid recently when we had a major water line break. We know you had several staff members in there to help us. Clinton Travis, who kept in close contact with us so we could explain to the owners what was happening. It was a late night for everyone. However, with your quick response, we were able to secure the area and take care of the problem. It might seem small to some, but I guarantee it wasn't for those residents without water for some time. Thanks to all again. See, this summarizes. I just get a goosebump when I read this thing. And I know I save them all, and read them. This caps what these folks stand for and what they do day in and day out. And, our heart goes out for them, for in their own way, their bravery when they fight the storms and the cold nights and hot summers, and, take care of stuff that, we dispose of, like whether it is a landfill, the sewer line, right? All those kinds of stuff. So I just wanted to say on behalf of our executive team, which is present today, and including Mary Ann, our executive assistant, and all the men and women of Public Works, thank you for this proclamation. And it would be my honor to have Ben to be the recipient on behalf of our entire team for the great job that they do. Thank you.
Ben, any comments?
Yes, this is an honor. I consider it a privilege to serve the constituents of San Joaquin County. I've been doing it for 30 years now, and I thank you for this recognition.
Thank you. Supervisor Villaputra.
Thank you, Chair. Well, what can I say? You guys are extremely special to our county. What you guys do for our constituents is amazing. And Director Balaji, you do a great job of leading the team. You and your staff are always ready to go and serve the public. And I want to thank you guys from everyone, especially my district, which is, is demanding. So thank you guys very much.
Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. And Mr. Balaji, Mr. Goodman, thank you. Najee, that's sitting back there, thank you very much. Public Works is awesome. And, it's probably the department I rely on the most. I talk to the most, have complaints for the most, right? And, we can sit up here as a board and make policy, all we want, but it's the men and women with the boots on the ground that get the job done. And like you said, Mr. Balaji, it's, when it's storming out there, when, winds are 50 plus, trees are getting knocked down, or it's raining, it's the men and women of Public Works that's going out there unplugging our drains, clearing the roadway from debris, and, fixing the potholes and so on. So I want to, say thank you to all of them. And I also want to let people know it's also about, our executive team, Mr. Balaji, Najee, working behind the scenes also for funding. And, a lot of people talk about, and I know Mr. Villaputo or Supervisor Villaputo was talking about, traffic, roadways. And to let people know, for example, you're going to Washington, we're all going to, myself, our chair, Supervisor Patty, and yourself are going to Washington, D.C. next week in order to get funds, or trying to get funds, so we can expand our roadways, repair our roadways. And so thank you for that extra effort. And, you're going to COG, once a month, and with your exceptional knowledge that you do. So, I don't know what else I can say about Public Works. I love them. They're awesome. It's an awesome organization. It's an awesome department. So thank you all very much for your hard work. It doesn't go unnoticed.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. It gives us a great honor to have you all here, and I know that I think pretty much all the supervisors were able to attend the breakfast yesterday morning and enjoy meeting and talking and chatting. For decades as a local worker with a crane truck, I had the privilege to work with many people in Public Works as they were responsive to issues and needs. What you really appreciate is the solution-based approach. And that starts from the top down in the culture, when there's a need, when there's a crisis, when there's a challenge, where something needs to be fixed or something needs to be implemented and integrated. It's all about solutions. And you guys out in the field or at the executive level, and what I really appreciate, Mr. Balaji, is the energy and the passion, but also the recognition you give to your team that is in part here now. That when there are accolades, you deflect and defer to their accomplishments and their impact of those changes. And I want to recognize that from the top down and from the boots on the ground, the guys that are out in the field. I think it'd be a really close toss-up between medical care services and Public Works, the great appreciation that those throughout our county have for all that you do. And so we really do recognize and appreciate that. I know that sometimes all of the work and all the efforts might seem like we don't understand or recognize what you do, but we do, and we do appreciate it. And Mr. Balaji, I know there's sometimes people write in, you're on the front line, there are people writing in anonymous letters, but that doesn't offset the hundreds of people that on a daily basis, your actions, your leadership demonstrates how great excellence will be and can be when implemented, and that is done with your team, and you're right at the top leading, and I appreciate you, your efforts, Mr. Guzman, and everybody here throughout your entire department. I know I speak not solely, but we as a board collectively all appreciate those efforts and your exceptionalism throughout the entire organization. It's reflected in all of you, so thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. It's always a pleasure to recognize Public Works Week. You guys make a mean pancake breakfast. We always appreciate the invitation. And really, the Public Works Department, for many residents in San Joaquin County, the men and women of Public Works are the face of the county. And we appreciate that. We appreciate the work. We appreciate your professionalism, your customer service ethic, everything about it. Supervisor Wynn and I have worked really closely on flood control and implementing groundwater management. But we've also spent a lot of time talking about different water quality projects and collaboration and partnerships throughout the state. All of that work is greatly appreciated, and our Public Works Department really is taking a lead in a lot of areas throughout the state of California, and we appreciate it very much. It's a pleasure to recognize Public Works Week.
Thank you, Supervisor Miller. And Chairman is going to be receiving a big check tomorrow from DWR.
Yeah, I'll talk to CAO about that after the meeting.
$7.6 million for our GWA.
Right. And that's attributed to Public Works. It's not attributed to the board, et cetera, because obviously your staff, put that application together in regards to receiving those funds. As supervisors, periodically we recognize years of service and retirement. And during those presentations, it's always dawned on me that as has been said by others, is that, our employees are really the face of the county, not us. But, overall, if you look at all our departments, probably depends on how you slice them, 25 to 35 with sub-departments. They do a heck of a lot, and they do a great job. However, Public Works is a little bit unique because the things with all the other departments, they're usually there to provide a service because of a particular problem. Well, Public Works is out there throughout the county, obviously, with road maintenance, with obviously drainage problems and felled trees and all those things. So these are things that everybody in the county experiences, and whether they know it or not, they have been benefited by the work of Public Works staff. As Supervisor Miller touched upon, but a lot of people don't realize that the hard work, and I think the prestige that Public Works has in the water community, because we're involved with the 5 Delta counties as far as the tunnel. We're involved with groundwater, issues with Sigma, and your staff has been at the forefront and been a leader with the 5 counties and actually with the Valley counties. So for that, which kind of goes unseen by the public at large. So again, I wanted to thank certainly Director Balaji and your leadership, Ben, and the rest of the staff in regards to on a daily basis, and most importantly, all the employees, all the 400 plus employees in Public Works that just go out and do their job and think nothing of it. I mean, they just go. And all I can say is that for us as supervisors and certainly our residents, it is greatly appreciated because without you, we've been world hurt. And so for that, I want to acknowledge that. So if we can get the rest of the staff come down here and recognize you through our proclamation, that would certainly be appropriate. I think we probably have Scott as a photographer, is that right? Whoa. I keep going away. Just hit the camera right there. Oh. So sad. I'm sorry. Oh. I agree. Exactly. Thank you. Thanks, Scott. Thank you so much. Ben? Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to public comment. Public comments on matters within the jurisdiction Board of Supervisors that are not listed on the agenda and any matters listed on the minutes, appointments, consent agenda, or closed session may be completed either in board chambers verbally or in writing. Use the methods below. Please no personal attacks. Persons wishing to address the board in person may complete the public comment card, which is located on the back wall of board chambers near the entrance. This form can also be obtained from the Board of Supervisors Office Suite 627. Completion of public comment card is voluntary. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes. Persons wishing to address the board in writing may submit the public comments of 250 words or less by completing the online public comments form at a website. So, having read that, is there any comment cards, Madam Clerk?
We do have one public comment card, but it's for a public hearing later this morning. So I believe we may just have written public comments this morning.
Okay. If you could read those, please.
Okay. The first public comment was submitted by Lisa B., who writes, Board, hello. Last week's meeting was interesting and comical. You are all quite comical, and this is part of the problem in our county. You are all part of the problem. Patty, you are a typical politician, exactly what we do not need in Congress. You are in a position now where you did not take a stand. Typical play both sides politics. We are in a time where one has to pick a side. You are with good or evil, Mr. trying to pass as conservative but won't take a firm stance. How convenient that your buddies voted with you to not make the evidence public to the people. What do you have to hide, Patty? Patty, you should go back and watch the meetings. You come across as arrogant and hot-headed. The next comment was submitted anonymously and writes, the board has been nothing but a disgrace to our county. Instead of putting the people's needs and requests first, the board has done nothing but put their own egos as a primary problem for this county. It is unfair to the citizens of this county that 5 people with their different perspectives are unable to find a peaceful way to collaborate for the good. Both Tom Patty and Kathy Miller claim that the unsheltered were eminent issues for them, but have been unable to work as a whole to really help with this. The problem not only remains, but is consistently getting worse. The board made it a big deal to create a work group regarding equal pay and benefits for the women within the county. However, we have seen how the problems for women in the county mean absolutely nothing to this board. But we have all seen how it is okay for a grown man to throw a tantrum and hold grudges when it is the citizens and their livelihoods that suffer. None of you deserve to move to higher levels of government, as it proves that few understand how local government works. You all have created alliances that benefit nobody. How discouraging that this board promotes such childish behavior. Another comment was submitted anonymously that writes, 3 board members sent a clear message to the female employees and residents of this county at the last board meeting. An outside investigator can find evidence that a supervisor harassed and retaliated against a female employee, and that is, quote, okay, end quote. Supervisor Rickman even called it, quote, free speech, end quote. Prior to public comment at every board meeting and on this public comment form, there is a statement that says, quote, refrain from personal attacks during your comments, end quote. But we now know that we are the only ones this statement pertains to, not to a supervisor, because they have the right to, quote, free speech, end quote. It has been very obvious for a long time that there exists a, quote, good old boys club, end quote, on our board, and until the club is disbanded, we can expect more 3-2 votes that benefit those with the same ideology of the club and not necessarily the community at large. Female county employees, beware. Your board has empowered your department heads, managers, and supervisors to discriminate, harass, and retaliate against you with impunity. It is time you send a message to those supervisors that you will not tolerate this type of behavior and will use your votes accordingly. Shame on this board for protecting an abuser. If Patty, Villapadua, and Rickman truly believe that Tom Patty did nothing wrong, then why won't they refer the matter to the grand jury? I'm sure a civil jury would be happy to review it. The next comment was submitted anonymously and writes, regarding Patty's harassment retaliation investigation, I'd like to bring the following to everyone's attention. Patty's attorney stated it couldn't be retaliation because Zapata didn't work for Patty and he didn't control anything about her employment. But Patty tried to introduce a policy to give board members the power to fire any chief of staff by majority vote, and it's been proven Villapadua and Rickman will vote with Patty no matter what. Patty and his supporters want us to believe that he was just being prudent and a good steward of our tax dollars when he questioned Zapata's salary on 1/26/21. Where was this good stewardship on 12/15/20 when he and Villapadua told the board and HR director to give Chris Balaji, quote, what he wants, end quote, when Balaji was attempting to spike his pension and defraud the taxpayers and public retirement system? Or on 2/9/21 when Patty, Villapadua, and Rickman voted 3-2 to gift Manuel Lopez $60,000 to be interim CAO when the appointment was unnecessary. Patty didn't announce his run for Congress until 11/2021, so the instance that Zapata's claims were politically motivated to smear Patty is ridiculous. Patty's quote in the record that, quote, the county would be defending a lawsuit, not him, and he has no vulnerability at all, end quote. This man wants to be a state lawmaker and doesn't know how he can be personally sued for his behavior. 3 members of this board have failed the taxpayers and employees of this county. The grand jury must investigate their blatant discrimination against women. The next comment was submitted anonymously and writes, thank God Camille Zapata resigned as Supervisor Miller's chief of staff. Camille Zapata did not hide her open hostility toward men and her hate, especially towards white males, on social media. This is sexist and racist. Is this why she targeted Supervisor Patty and made racist and hateful comments toward the male board members? How about Camille Zapata calling Israel an apartheid state, which is anti-Semitic, racist, and xenophobic? Was there an investigation open on Zapata for these racist and xenophobic and sexist comments? Supervisor Miller knew about these comments and did nothing. She is just as guilty as Zapata and should be subject to an investigation. The next comment was submitted anonymously and writes, how much taxpayer money is this board going to spend before they start holding department heads and elected officials accountable for their behavior and actions? Every time you refuse to do so, the dollar amount that will be paid to the victims just increases. But this board doesn't care because it is the taxpayers who pay for it, and the board members will be gone and never have to answer for it. Supervisor Miller, your comments on Facebook that the situation between the assessor and Supervisor Patty are not the same thing are 100% accurate. Supervisor Patty is being a bully. Steve Bestelarides and his staff retaliated by trying to have an employee sent to jail, to have her freedom and liberties taken away, including her ability to support herself by losing her position as well. What Steve Bestelarides tried to do was much more reprehensible and disgusting. To try and defend his actions by saying he was following the advice of counsel is just a blatant lie. Counsel didn't advise him to refer it to the DA. Steve told counsel he was going to, and counsel told him if he felt it was necessary, then he should do it. If you can't understand the difference, you don't deserve to represent the citizens of the county. Counsel did advise Steve to have an administrative investigation done, and he didn't fully cooperate with that. This entire board should be ashamed and disgusted with your recent decisions. The next comment was submitted anonymously and writes, why is it that Supervisor Miller's chief of staff, Camille Zapata, can write on social media false information about a vote, call board members racist and sexist, and then expect them to say nothing to defend themselves? Supervisor Patty responded to her hateful rhetoric and false information from the beginning at board meetings. Camille Zapata then files complaints and retaliation charges against Supervisor Patty for defending himself. Does Zapata believe her speech is protected and Supervisor Patty's is not? We are seeing censorship at all levels of government against speech that does not fit a particular narrative. We saw it on Twitter, and now the federal government is considering a ministry of truth to punish those whose opinions differ from the government and those in power. Let's be honest, Zapata is an activist for the Democratic Party and supports Supervisor Patty's opponent. Regardless of party affiliation, free speech is a fundamental right that belongs to everyone, regardless of party politics. Thank you, Supervisor Rickman, for standing up for the First Amendment and free speech. Political speech is core First Amendment values that we hold dear as Americans, no matter what Supervisor Miller and Zapata think. The next comment was submitted anonymously and writes, Supervisor Miller has once again displayed her hypocrisy and willingness to protect her friends at all costs. Supervisor Miller complains about not holding Supervisor Patty accountable, but gives a free pass to Assessor Recorder Steve Bestelarides. You remember an independent investigator hired by the county to investigate Bestelarides' retaliation conducted against a female employee found Bestelarides' conduct did amount to retaliation. The decision before the board was the same as Supervisor Patty's. Board censure, disapproval of conduct, acknowledgement of violation of county policy and employment laws, and referral to the grand jury for removal of Bestelarides from office. Supervisor Miller voted against the independent investigator and all findings against a female employee in favor of Bestelarides. Remember, Supervisor Miller voted to appoint Bestelarides to his current position. Supervisor Miller's first priority is to protect her friends and campaign contributions. She is a hypocrite, and her comments and vote toward Supervisor Patty is a hit job to slander him. We all know Supervisor Patty is running for Congress. Supervisor Miller and Camille Zapata are supporting his opponent. Supervisor Miller, your partisan attacks and willingness to defame an opponent of your preferred candidate is shameful. You should do the residents of San Joaquin County a favor and resign. The next comment was submitted anonymously and writes, what a disappointing and embarrassing display by the board last meeting. While it may be unprecedented to release the full report, what is not unprecedented is the way in which men like Tom Patty are absolved of any single ounce of accountability for their bad behavior. Men like Miguel Villapadua and Robert Rickman become complacent when presented with facts of hostility and abuse by other men against women for no other reason than to take cover for their own behavior. After watching the actions of this board when it comes to protecting women in the county workforce, it is blatantly clear that this will certainly not be the last time men in charge have sustained findings of mistreating women in subordinate positions. I'm certain it will happen again because not a single one has faced any amount of public accountability. It appears that there is widespread complicity throughout the organization. How else could multiple acts of retaliation and harassment go unpunished? And of course, we have to say this anonymously. When people are allowed to openly harass those that sound off on this unacceptable behavior, there is no longer room for a two-sided public discourse. Women deserve better. This county deserves better. The next comment was submitted by Meta Rodriguez, who writes, Hi, board. I'm not even surprised to see the amount of hypocrisy in the last meeting. Kathy talking about the board being the highest power and working for the people, and the people trusting the board. Ha, that's a joke. Didn't you keep saying in previous board meetings that you guys don't have any power? Sound like you're contradicting yourself. Also, Kathy, thanks for deleting my comment because you felt so offended. What happened to freedom of speech? Well, I guess that only pertains to you guys. Rickman over here talking about a government overreach for dogs and pets being forced to be neutered. What about the government overreach on our children or us as Americans? Last but not least, Tom, I don't know why you sit there and defend yourself. Your character should speak for itself, right? Unless you're afraid of what your character is speaking. Every single one of you board members have lied. You all sit there and point the finger at each other, but you're all the problem. And honestly, Tom, if you couldn't do anything while you were a board member for us people and our children during COVID, why would we trust you with more power like Congress? I lost faith that this board would do its job because none of you have, and with that, I remind you all that we are the people, and we all vote for members who believe that. The last comment was submitted anonymously and writes, what a complete joke that the board would vote to ignore the investigative findings that Supervisor Patty violated not only the county's workplace harassment policy, but also violated federal EEO laws. It has been clear that both Supervisor Villapadua and Supervisor Rickman will vote in conjunction with Supervisor Patty, but to allow him to violate the Code of Ethics, the harassment-free work zone policy, and the federal law is an outrage. How can you vote to support this with a clear conscience? This was not just an accusation. This was an investigative finding by an independent investigator after an in-depth investigation. How can you just ignore this and let it happen? Supervisor Rickman is a law enforcement officer that actually voted to ignore the law. This is exactly why so many people have lost trust in the government. Apparently, San Joaquin County politicians can violate both policy and the law, and then their colleagues just get to vote to pretend the findings of wrongdoing do not exist. If you question the report, why not appeal it or send it to the grand jury so the 19 individual citizens can analyze the facts for a conclusion? Instead, you decided that your friendship meant more than the policy or the law. I hope Ms. Zapata appeals this mishandling of justice to the Office of Federal Operations. Clearly, there is no local accountability to rely upon. And Chairman Nguyen, that concludes our public comments for this morning.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Moving on to the minutes. For the regular meeting of April 5th, special meeting April 12th, and the board meeting on April 19th. Anyone wishing to make any changes, revisions, modifications to that?
Chair, if you're allowed, I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay. Been moved and seconded. Madam Clerk? And it's adopted 5-0. Thank you very much. Moving on to consent items 1 through 26. Anyone wishing to pull any items from the consent calendar? Oh, I'm sorry. I don't want to overlook you, Vice Chair Rickman. All right, appointments.
Thank you, Chair. I'll make a motion to recommend the Board of Supervisors approve the appointment of positions, the following board and commissions. Civil Service Commission, category of the 5th Supervisorial District Representative, which is one position, position number 2105. And I recommend for appointment Domingo Ramos. And Economic Development Association, 1st Supervisor District Representative, one position, position number 2601. And recommend, oh, well, I guess we're going to re-advertise that one. So that is all we have.
And that's in a form of motion?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and...
Second.
All right, we have a second. Madam Clerk? And they're adopted 5-0. Thank you very much. Now we'll move to consent items 1 through 26. So anyone wishing to pull any consent items? Anybody wishing to pull in consent items?
None.
Supervisor Patty?
No, thank you, Chairman.
Okay, thank you. All right. Need a
I would move consent items 1 through 26.
Second the motion.
Okay, first and second. Motion second. And Supervisor Patty, I think we're waiting for you.
My apologies.
Thank you very much. Adopted 5-0. Okay, moving on to the In-Home Support Services Public Authority public hearing.
Chairman Nguyen, if you could recess the Board of Supervisors meeting and then begin the IHSS authority.
Okay, thank you very much. I will recess Board of Supervisors and convene the In-Home Support Services Public Authority. Thank you for reminding me. Morning.
After listening to all the presentations this morning, it struck me that this is once approved, this will be the 20th budget for the public authority. So not a big milestone, but kind of bumpy 20 years for sure. The governor's January budget proposal included basically maintaining the public authority and county administration at the 21-22 levels with some additional funding for caseload growth. And there was an additional proposal for $24.8 million statewide for emergency backup provider services. Obviously, the May revise isn't out yet, so there isn't anything real solid. For public authority in our county, we provide those emergency backup services through our regular registry services. So we have a couple different types of providers, and then we have some providers who volunteer to go out on an emergency basis. For the current year, the estimated hours are, this should be for the next year. Estimated hours are 8.753 million, which is 6.3% increase. Last year's increase for the current year we're in is looking to be about 5.2%. So it's growing steadily, but not as much as some other areas are experiencing. The number of recipients is actually slightly lower than when we reported for the current year than when we reported for the previous year. And the number of providers is a little higher, and I think that's mainly because the pattern of not hiring early in the pandemic has changed to be more routine. People are more likely to hire. The total wages for this year are estimated to be just under $150 million. The funding for any future pandemic expenses isn't known at this time. The state has said that they would continue providing essential protective gear until the emergency declaration is rescinded. So that we've been able to get gloves, masks, and hand sanitizer, sanitizing wipes for providers. We are continuing to, getting ahead of myself, sorry, we're continuing to provide those about 3 times a month at our location. There is also was an extension of the COVID sick leave for providers. The second round of the sick leave hadn't been utilized very much, and they extended that through September 30th, as well as there's a $2 an hour enhanced wage for providers who temporarily fill in for a provider who is sick, or when a recipient is sick and their provider can't care for them because of their own health issues. For the fiscal year, the current fiscal year, we've distributed so far just over 1 million items of protective gear to the providers. It will, it's definitely something that they want a lot of. Also wanted to tell you a little bit about our training system, which the board approved for last year's budget. We have an online training system that provides classes geared for family providers, but the company does a lot of services for states that have home health care certifications, so there's a lot of professional level type courses as well. And those are available online, so providers can take them whenever it's convenient for them. We have a 1,000-seat license, and right now we're up to 533 providers who are actively taking classes. Providers take the class online, they have to complete an exam, and they get a certificate if they pass the exam. They also have the ability to retake the class by contacting us, so lets them try again if they want to get a certificate. Most popular classes are communicating with older adults, what they call managing a clean and healthy environment, that's infection control, and fall prevention. We get a lot of positive feedback from providers about being able to take classes. You know, some take them on the bus, they take them whenever they have some downtime. And we're also reviewing, the company has a new structure on their course offerings, so we may add some additional courses with one of their new service levels. The state also has about $248 million set aside that they haven't spent yet on what they're calling the Career Pathways IHSS training program. And that is still in the early stage. The RFP deadline is actually this week. And we're monitoring that. It may come to pass that supplants our training system that we have right now. So we're keeping an eye on that. But that's supposed to be implemented this fall, but it seems awfully quick for a state project. I have to point out that the chart that is displayed here is the correct chart. There was an error in the chart that's in the board letter. So this is correct. Now the budget itself, the budget attachment is correct. There's no errors in there. It's just when we display certain totals, we take out the advisory committee funding, and we did not take that out, so the inadvertent mistake, so that if you tried to total it down, it didn't total. But on the budget documents, everything's correct in the board packet. Our proposed budget contains just over $6.6 million for IHSS provider benefits. The MOU with SEIU has us paying 70 cents per service hour for IHSS for benefits. That goes to the Healthcare Employer Employees Trust, which is a Taft-Hartley Trust with SEIU 2015. And there are currently around between 975 and 990 providers enrolled in healthcare. The average cost of that is about $570,000 a month for this year. We do, for the first time, it started in the fall. I think for the first time, we have a wait list for providers to enroll. So we increase that as much as possible. The increase in CMIPS hours is just slightly less than the increase in healthcare costs so far. There was quite a big increase last year from Kaiser, which is what our county uses within the trust. I think it was about 7.8%. So it's over time we'll look at ways to try and reduce costs to try and keep more providers on there. For salaries and benefits, we're proposing $779,041, and that is an increase of about $12,000, which is primarily due to our positions are tied to specific county positions, and there have been some increases due to the MOUs that you have with your groups that we're tied to. Service and supplies is $227,000, and that's about a $10,000 increase, just mainly due to higher costs in some of our materials. Advisory committee funding remains the same, and that's all federal and state requirement. The total budget proposal is $7,700,028, which is an increase of $539,810 over the previous year. And as you can see, it's primarily due to the increased cost of benefits with IHSS service hours going up. With that, I'd like to ask the Board of Supervisors to open up a public hearing for the IHSS Public Authority 2022-2023 budget.
Any questions? Where's Patty?
Thank you, Chairman. At the state level and the federal level, could you kind of give an overview on any discussions that might be happening as it relates to cost of living? We know that this is a minimum wage job with a high level of impact for so many individuals they go above and beyond caring for those that are in need throughout the community, whether it be family members or older individuals that are able to stay at home and not be in care facilities. What dialogue is going on in the state? And I have a follow-up question on this. I'm just wondering if there's anything that's being discussed.
No, I think that that is part of the motivation for this Career Pathways training program. What's different about that than other states and other proposals that have previously been considered is that it offers some pay training for providers. So they can get paid for the training that they take. And that's going to be different. It's taken us a couple of years to get 533 people actively involved in training. Prior to that, with just in-person training, there were years where we trained maybe 200, maybe 500 people came in for training. So this is very different. And I think that is part of how they're addressing it, that they're realizing this is more of a profession, even though family members do it. There was a study about 18 years ago that Kaiser did, studied 68,000 people that were getting home care, or providers, I should say, that were providing home care. And they found that the average time is about 2.5 years for terminal care, people that were dealing with the end-of-life issues, and that family members often felt they were unable to go back to their regular career and wanted to do this as a profession. They found it rewarding, but they didn't really know how to do that. So we've always communicated around that issue to providers. For wages, though, it's a tough issue. Those are negotiated locally here. We currently have 50 cents an hour above the minimum wage, so providers make $15.50. Any future increases, well, let me be clear first. I don't want to confuse things. So anytime the minimum wage goes up, our providers get 50 cents on top of that minimum wage. And but future wages above that 50 cents would have to be negotiated locally. And the state has indicated some interest, the administration has indicated some interest in reversing a change they made a couple of years ago, which went into effect this year, where previously the share cost was about 65% state share for wage increases and about 25 to 35 for county, which would be a one-time adjustment to the MOE, which is paid. They swapped that around, so now it's majority of county as far as your MOE goes. And so typically, for every dollar, the county paid about 25 cents that was added to their maintenance of effort. So now that'll probably be closer to 75 cents. That will probably have an impact because the county will have to consider funding because it does compete with other priority programs, of course.
And are you engaged with, as I said, a couple of follow-up questions here. Are you engaged with the state when it comes to the policy and having dialogue with any of the administration as they listen to, we have 58 counties, so there's got to be some levels of engagement and some feedback on what the local situation might be?
Yes, we are. We, through our association with of the California Association of Public Authorities, we're very active and we're very involved with the Department of Social Services and the administration and partner agencies such as CWDA and CSAC. And we're also work pretty closely with a large group of community organizations that serve the elderly, dignity and aging, and other groups like that, and as well as the unions.
Okay. Well, I'm going to float out something, and it may seem like I'm going off topic, but it really focuses in on exactly this issue. I met one of the union representatives, and we know that right now the minimum wage is well below what starting wages normally would be. We've got local fast food franchises that are paying $17, $18 an hour just for starting. So there's opportunities, there's competition for a dwindling workforce. So what we also saw during the pandemic is with the extra unemployment benefit, people were staying home and not working, and they're reluctant to go back to the workforce, which was created a problem economically, and it's reverberated. Now we're hearing about this, and it was California, in California, Stockton was one of the launch pads of former Mayor Tubbs' initiative for this basic income to pay people X amount of dollars. Here it was $500. I'm hearing statewide up to $1,000 and whatever variation that could be. And it causes me concern as a business owner. It causes me concern that you're giving people an extra $500 or $1,000 that may remove them from the workplace. However, when you have in-home support service providers and they are performing services at a minimum wage, and we know minimum wage is well below what a livable wage would be, and they're oftentimes held captive. We've had them come in and talk to us about the difficulty they have, and they are barely making ends meet. So my suggestion to you to bring to one of these committee meetings and discussions in the unions that if anybody were to be a great candidate and petition for that basic income would be to supplement this in-home support services wage with some of that basic income, because their services aren't ending. They won't have the option of, oh, with this basic income, this extra $500 or $1,000 a month and other entitlements, I no longer have to work. The in-home support service providers are continuing to work. So I would just venture to suggest that you're going to be the closest conduit I would have with that idea, much to the dismay of others and some on this board. I always think about what more we can do. So I'm just thinking about a solution and how we could help those in-home support service providers have that voice for the utilization of that fund if it's to go to anybody. You can't give every single citizen, 40 million of them, $1,000 a month to supplement, but there are IHSS providers that could certainly use those dollars as they're struggling to pay for their basic costs of living as those are escalating. Inflation is through the roof. So there's many economic challenges, but this is an idea in my conversation I've had with several people that I'm thinking could be a great use of those basic dollars. So it's yours. You don't have to recognize it as my idea, throwing it to you. Maybe you've already thought about this, but maybe you can take this idea, run with it, and it may have some viability and some fruition. So that's my thought on it. Thank you.
Thank you. There are a lot of discussions in our statewide organizations about this issue because typically what happens when the economy gets good and wages start to go up, some family members go back to their job, their previous job, and then hire people to take care of their family member. And that is when we start to get more pressure to find people. It hasn't hit us yet, but it's just a matter of time. And so we're very involved in those discussions, and I think that there's a lot of ideas out there that could help. There's definitely talking about some funding to deal with this type of thing. Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Excuse me. How many actually clients do we have in the system currently? Do you have any idea?
Yeah, for March, it was about. Let me just give you the exact number. It was 7,954 authorized clients, and so we look at it different ways because it's complex, I guess. But those are the people that are authorized as eligible and have hours. Some aren't actively being paid because their providers are in the process of getting hired, and roughly there's about 6,900 providers getting paid every month, and probably around 200 or 300 of those are providers that have been hired through our registry, and it is still about a little bit lower than it had been in the past. I think it's about 70% family providers last time I checked.
Okay, so those that are receiving care, is it 7,954? Is that the number, basically, that
yes.
That are receiving the services, correct? And then there's about 6,900 actual providers. Obviously, some of them care for more than one individual. Is that also correct?
Yeah, that's correct. And part of that discrepancy is that there are a number of providers who have multiple clients, some because they take care of more than one person, others because they have more than one person in a household that they take care of. So one family has 4 disabled children, so that one provider has 4 clients. And so those numbers put it off a little, but there's always about 2 to 250 providers a month being hired, and that process takes anywhere from 4 to, say, 6 weeks. So they don't show up in those numbers of providers until they're finally hired, even though their clients approved.
So, for example, if a son or a daughter took care of their elderly parents, both of them needing care, that would be a possibility, correct?
Yes, that would. That's fairly common.
And then the second part of that, then I would assume they would receive pay for both those parents equally, or would be a discounted rate?
Yes, that's correct. But in a shared household situation, there is a lot of things you don't get paid for, doing 2 different sets of laundry, just do, one load for everybody kind of thing. So I don't know the exact percentage, but the hours are impacted because they're not cleaning 2 houses, they're cleaning 1 house and so on. Yeah.
Right, okay. And you said about 75% of the providers are caring for family members? Is that
it has been that high in the past. I think it's a little closer to 70 right now.
Okay. And then in regards to, as has been stated in regards to the potential for earning more or higher income job, you said that if a family member were decided that they, and not through the training program, but just because they're looking at the want ads or whatever, if they found a job that was highly attractive to them at a much higher pay rate, then they could pursue that, and then whoever the family member, for example, was requiring care, then we would provide another person, another provider to come in and replace them. Is that also correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So essentially, it's kind of a self-filling perpetuation, so to speak, that if somebody felt that, they could go work at McDonald's or whatever place for $2 more or whatever it happened to be, that's okay, obviously, because that's the benefit that the family income. But the other side of it is that we wouldn't necessarily move to increase our pay to keep them when, in fact, we would just provide them with another person to provide that care. Is that also correct?
That is correct. And I will say that a lot of the times they provide. People that prefer family, a lot of times will have a different family member. So sometimes it's simply a matter of, so-and-so moved back home from wherever and doesn't have a job, and this other person can go back to work at where they previously worked, so they kind of, so to speak, swap out family members. And every provider is encouraged to develop a backup plan, so they have a backup provider that can help them. And sometimes it's a friend or a neighbor, but a lot of times it's a different family member, so that the working family member, the caregiving family member, can do things like take vacation, or if they get sick, the other person can come in and help. And oftentimes that backup provider will become the next regular provider.
So essentially what you're saying is that families or those receiving care, those providing care, and all associated participants usually take care of the situation as it arises on their own in regards to whether it be backup or replacement provider or what those things. So pretty much the system itself maintains its current integrity, but it has variations based upon who's doing what, correct?
Yes, and we get about between 1,000 and 1,200 calls a year for people looking for providers. So we give them lists of providers from our registry. And Additionally, we do some recruiting through email where we'll look for people with lower hours that maybe want another client and trying to interest them in getting on our registry, which is kind of a step in making it a profession. And they can also, make more money if they're, only working, say, 20 or 30 hours a month. For grandma, they could maybe find somebody else in that area. And so we try and use what we have already in existence as best we can.
Right.
Because it's tough to recruit for this, for sure.
Yeah. I can imagine. Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. So, no other questions. I will open the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on this particular item? Yes. If you please come forward and state your name. Appreciate it. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Maureen Ebery. I'm a nurse practitioner. So most people do not get what they want, sometimes what they need. They get so many hours, and they never get 24 hours, right, a day. Nobody gets that. And some people get 2 hours, some people get 4 hours, some people get per day. So the family has to take over because they're not going to get paid for taking care of the patient 24/7. So people generally don't get what they want, but they get something because we have so many needy patients in our county. So just so you know that it's not like the family can back out of it completely. They can't. They have to be there because what they get paid for is a very small percentage of the time that the patient needs.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing no one, close the public hearing. Any comments from the board? If not, we need a motion and a second.
I would move support of I would move the item.
Okay, we have a motion.
Second the motion.
Okay, we have a second. Clerk, thank you. Adopted 5-0. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Pinheiro. Okay, excuse me. Close the public authority hearing, open the Board of Supervisors hearing again. And then we have neighborhood preservation, but we have a portion of that that's been rescheduled. Is that correct?
That's correct, Chairman. When the department has asked that item be pulled from the agenda, and it'll come back at a later date.
Okay, and that would be item number 1. Item number 2, Mr. Culberson. On.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the Board of Supervisors. David Culberson here to present a public hearing to consider adoption of the Management Services Agreement with Dignity Health. I've got a presentation here, but before we get started, I'd like to say that the recommendation I have before you this morning is that the Board of Supervisors conduct a Bielenson public hearing pursuant to Section 1442.5 of the Health and Safety Code to consider and adopt a management services agreement with Dignity Health effective July 1st, 2022. My recommendation that we hold a hearing, and then afterwards, provided approval by your board, we will go ahead and then recommend in a subsequent action the adoption of the management services agreement.
Okay.
Again, here, the proposed action today is to go ahead and conduct the Bielenson hearing. Just as background, Bielenson hearing is required of public entities anytime there are changes, particularly reduction and elimination of healthcare services. It also includes appropriate in the event there's a change of management, a change of ownership. And in this case, we only have the adoption of a management services agreement, but we felt with consulting with our county council, it appropriate to hold a balance in here. And even though, as you'll see, there are no reduction or changes in services provided by San Joaquin General Hospital and its affiliated clinic. Upon approval by the MSA, provided that it is approved, San Joaquin General Hospital Management will initiate operational steps to integrate Dignity Health management systems into San Joaquin General Hospital operations. For background here, San Joaquin General Hospital operates several locations, including inpatient, emergency department, and outpatient services. In French Camp, we have the hospital itself for inpatient services and an emergency department. The hospital is currently configured at 152 beds. We also have internal medicine and surgical subspecialties in French Camp and a surgery specialty clinic in Stockton. Also, we operate in conjunction with San Joaquin County Public Health, the Bret Hart Tuberculosis Clinic in French Camp. We also partner with Mary Graham's Children's Center and provide a Children's Advocacy Center pediatrics service. We have an employee health clinic, occupational health clinic in French Camp, and then we have a freestanding outpatient dialysis center also in French Camp. Again, the services provided here at the hospital and its affiliated clinics are going to be inpatient acute care, emergency medicine, orthopedics, internal medicine subspecialties here. You can imagine that for your information, the internal medicine primary care is part of the FQHC lookalike. It's not part of this action here, but we do have subspecialties: cardiology, pulmonary medicine, neurology, gastrointestinal, rheumatology, and endocrinology. We also have general surgery and various surgical subspecialties offered by the hospital, including neurosurgery, hepatobiliary, and vascular. And at the Bret Hart Clinic, we provide tuberculosis surveillance and treatment. Our employee health is available for San Joaquin General Hospital and other county employees in the event of occupational illnesses. You have pediatrics, again, mentioned at the Mary Graham Children's Center, and then the outpatient dialysis treatment at the center also in French Camp. Just a little bit about our average volume here at the individual centers, and some of these are consolidated. We have inpatient census during the fiscal year 2021 significantly higher than our license capacity. Year to date running 168 versus a license capacity of 152. Of course, the COVID crisis has allowed us flexibility to move into non-licensed space as long as we have that Department of Public Health waiver, and that's again why our inpatient census is higher than our budget. We have an average monthly department visits in the emergency department of around 4,100. Our clinic visits for the non-FQHC clinics, these are the hospital-operated clinics now, in French Camp are around 2,300, and we have between 132 to 150 dialysis patients at any one time on service. Our monthly clinic, the smaller clinic, our monthly clinic visits in Stockton, which are going to be for neurology, neurosurgery, are quite a bit fewer, but 165 as we have right now in the Stockton clinics. As part of the Dignity Agreement, the agreement the hospital proposes with Dignity Health Management is going to be an incremental operating expense of $3 million. These are going to be pass-through of direct costs that are afforded to the hospital as part of management assistance. We anticipate that that $3 million cost will be fully offset by a $3 million increased savings, a cost reduction from greater leverage on our group purchasing organization. San Joaquin General Hospital is part of a GPO currently, but by tying into the Dignity Health GPO, we anticipate there'll be greater volume discounts available through purchasing of all of our supplies. We do expect there'll be there are additional operational and clinical improvements that will be made, including improved services and better patient outcomes. We've not been able to quantify, however, any financial pickup as a result of those. We also do believe that the continued involvement with Dignity, or the new involvement with Dignity Health, will enable us to continue our enhancement on the revenue cycle side of things. And so we anticipate revenue enhancement and additional expense savings as a result of the operational improvements we achieve through the management services agreement. In other words, we do believe the actions we're proposing on the cost side are going to be covered completely by the increased revenue or cost reductions as a part of this affiliation. We do recommend that we approve the management services agreement to provide advice and assistance in overseeing the management of the day-to-day administration of San Joaquin General Hospital. The more specific details will be provided to your board after the close of this Bielenson hearing, provided you agreed to these recommendations here. We do believe that patient access for inpatients, emergency department patients, and outpatients at San Joaquin General Hospital, all of its departments and clinics, will see no change from its current levels, and we have no changes to the rates billed or the fees collected will occur due to the approval of this management services agreement. And that's, again, the important finding we have before you here this morning for the Bielenson component is no change in service and no change in the rates or fees collected as a result of this management services agreement. With that, then, I'd open it up to any questions you may have, and then recommend that your board go ahead and open the Bielenson hearing as required under state health and safety code.
Thank you, Mr. Culberson. Any questions from the board? In regards to the $3 million for the service agreement, and then the anticipated savings of $3 million. So as I've watched your presentation and read your staff report, it appears that for the services provided currently will continue to be provided. There's no reduction in services that are offered through the county hospital. Is that correct?
Yes, Chair Wynn, that's correct. And if I could clarify, the $3 million is the annual cost of and the annual benefit we anticipate. The actual cost is outlined for the MSA is $4.5 million over an 18-month period. Right. But we anticipate, yes, that commensurate savings, and we'll cover the cost, the incremental cost of the services being offered by Dignity Health. Yes, sir.
So currently, with the existing operation and staffing, those services are currently provided, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So, and we're paying for those services, $3 million, whatever it happens to be currently. Is that also correct?
No, this is truly incremental cost, Chair Wynn, that would be brought to the table with additional team, additional resources, additional management oversight. So this amount, I mean, in one sense, we clearly are offering these services, yes, but there will be an incremental cost to monitor, to implement, to provide additional resources as part of this the action that's coming. Yes.
Okay, so what you're saying is that the $3 million or the $4.5 million over 18 months are additional resources above and beyond what we currently have. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so we're paying money for something that we currently don't have.
Yes, the investment we're making will be to improve operations, to improve quality. Yes, sir.
Okay, so it's basically this money is an enhancement to current care that we're providing.
Yes, current care, current operations. Yes, sir.
Okay, and my confusion was that we were just replacing what we currently do, but we're not. We're adding to what we currently have to the operation itself.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, got it. Okay. Any other questions? Okay, let me open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak on this particular item?
Chairman, when there is one comment card submitted for public comment.
Got that. So, Margot Pross, if I pronounce that correctly.
Good morning. My name is Margot Prouse, and I was a nurse at San Joaquin General for over 30 years. Before I start talking, I just want to say I really hope this board will take a serious look at the audio component of this room. You can't hear people in behind. So just, you might want to get a consultant in to work on that a bit. It just is really important. I get very emotional when I talk about San Joaquin General, so just I will restrain myself. Yes, San Joaquin General needs management improvements. Yes, there are economic realities, and the value of a strong purchasing power is to be considered. I was surprised that the current CEO did not mention in his thing on this page where it said San Joaquin General at a glance. He did not include obstetrics and the neonatal intensive care unit, which was my unit. So I have to just say that, put a plug in for the best unit in the county. It's not a simple purchasing of efforts. When Dignity Health comes in to help the county hospital, which they're going to call a county hospital, they will intertwine their software with our software. It will become intermeshed. And if the Board of Supes, because you will retain oversight power, if you decided to move away from such an agreement, they would take it all with them. You would not stay with you. It says that in the agreement. Many institutions have gone into some of these dubious mergers only to have to divest a few years later, usually at significant cost. Because once you merge the business, it's very difficult to separate. In 2019, UCSF pulled back from a strong dignity agreement. In January of 2022, Hoag and Orange County needed to again become independent in order to expand reproductive health in Orange County. And the list goes on. Why has this discussion all taken place in secret when it'll affect our community for decades to come? What community outreach has there been for input? I'm running out of time, and I just need to point out that this current CEO was brought in to dismantle this hospital 10 years ago, or over 10 years ago, and then ironically, he was made the CEO, and now here we are doing those first steps to dismantle the hospital. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else? Is there any written comments? Madam Clerk?
Chairman Nguyen, there are no written comments for the public hearing, but there are comments for the discussion item later.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Any other comments from the audience? None. All right. I'll close the public hearing. So, Mr. Culberson, anything to add?
No, Chairman Nguyen, I have nothing to add at this time, no.
Okay. Any comments from the board? All right. So we've held the public hearing, so I'll turn to Mr. Miles. I think that's pretty much what this particular item was intended for, correct?
Yes, that's correct. It's to hold the public hearing.
Okay, thank you. All right, so moving on to the discussion of the approve the agreement, Dignity Health for Management Services for 18 months from July 1st to December 31st, 2023.
Chairman Nguyen, if I may real quick, County Council, there is a board order associated with this item. Do you need action taken, Mr. Culberson?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
So we need a motion and a second?
That's correct.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay. Supervisor Villaputa, a second?
Second.
Supervisor Patty, thank you. Please vote. And it's been adopted 5-0. Thank you. Supervisor Patty, did you have a comment?
Chairman, I'll go ahead and hold that until I guess we have a discussion on this.
Okay, thank you. All right. Now, Mr. Culberson.
Yes, Mr. Chair, members of the Board of Supervisors, we have before you here a recommendation relative to the Dignity Health Management Services Agreement here. It's recommended that you make a special finding that services could be more efficiently, effectively, or economically provided by the Management Services Agreement with Dignity Health, and also that you approve and authorize the Chair to sign a Management Services Agreement with Dignity Health for management services at San Joaquin General Hospital for 18 months beginning July 1st, 2020 and running through December 31st, 2023, with a 10-year initial option period at an overall total amount not to exceed $4.5 million for the period July 1st, 2022 through December 31st, 2023. Really, we want to give you a little bit of background here on the Management Services Agreement. More than 3 years ago, your board recommended that we convene a group to get together to identify where there are potential partners for San Joaquin General Hospital. The hospital engaged Larry Gage and his firm Alston and Bird out of Washington to help with the process of first identifying partners and then whittling down and kind of qualifying those who might be able to help us out, and then actually about a year ago finalizing an agreement, first of all a non-binding, and then eventually which became an agreement this past winter, which has evolved into the recommendation here of a proposed management services agreement. That agreement was completed this past April and reviewed at a county subcommittee, the Healthcare Services Review Project Committee, on April 20th. The MSA is with Dignity Health. We, through the due diligence process, identified that Dignity Health would be best suited to assist San Joaquin General Hospital in management of, assisting in management of the hospital, and that agreement is presented today for your board's approval. There is a phase one that has been identified in the MSA, the Management Services Agreement. As I mentioned, it begins July 1st. There is mutual agreement that can be extending the agreement for up to 10 years, so potentially through July 2032. The initial areas of focus include revenue cycle operation, information technology and connectivity, improvement of our IT systems, quality management and improvement, strengthening of our group purchasing organization affiliation, and potentially clinical integration. And that really has to do with involving the medical staff more in the medical staff here in San Joaquin County with St. Joseph's, adopting a number of things that San Joaquin General physicians really haven't gotten into, accountable care organizations more involved in HMO or PPO business, and then trying to improve really the clinical operations of the hospital and the clinic. That's when we talk about clinical integrations. We really talk about working together, the medical staff predominantly at St. Joseph's Medical Center with that of San Joaquin General Hospital. The MSA has following provisions here. Most importantly, Dignity Health will provide advice and assistance in overseeing the management of the day-to-day administration of San Joaquin General Hospital. The county will continue to operate and maintain authority and control of the hospital. Dignity Health will appoint the CEO of the hospital, which will be subject to approval by your Board of Supervisors. The support provided to San Joaquin General Hospital leadership, the existing team, will be by Dignity Market team here in St. Joseph's, and also by some regional and potentially national team leaders that provide assistance in management of hospitals to other Dignity hospitals. That same advice, that same assistance would be afforded to San Joaquin General Hospital leadership. One of the most important components of the MSA is that San Joaquin General Hospital will maintain its designated public hospital status. This is very important since that provides supplemental funding that is only available to California public hospitals. That's currently in the tone of around about $100 million, at about $123 million total. So nearly a quarter of the hospital's funding comes from supplemental funding that's only available to designated public hospitals. And this MSA does not change that eligibility. Services currently provided by the hospital will continue to be provided, including no change in reproductive health services offered at the hospital and its affiliated clinics. The FQ clinics will maintain the federally qualified health center. Those are the primary care clinics in French Camp and in Stockton. They'll maintain their current status, which is independent from the hospital, San Joaquin General Hospital, and not be subject to the MSA. One of the things that I didn't include on the slide, it's important to know that this management services agreement does not change the trauma center status, the level 2 trauma center status of San Joaquin General Hospital. And as you know, San Joaquin General Hospital is the only trauma center in our county, a very busy center, and this agreement calls for no change in that status. Your Board of Supervisors will continue to serve as the governing body of the hospital. You also will have final approval of the annual operating and capital budgets. They will be developed in conjunction with Dignity, but then presented to your board for final approval as part of the ongoing San Joaquin County budget process in June each year. All employees, this is important here, one of the things we've had a lot of questions on the next 2 bullet points here from employees. All employees except for the CEO and potentially other C-suite executives will be employed by the county. So generally everybody except for the CEO currently and a small number potentially of other C-suites would be continued to be employed by the county. And the MSA calls for no change in the compensation or the benefit structure for county employees. And then subject to all applicable laws, the county will make the final decision concerning a reduction, retention, and expansion of patient care services. Again, the operative, I think, component here is final decision regarding reduction or elimination. We didn't use the word elimination. But again, that's that Bielenson hearing process we talk about, that if there are changes to the service portfolio offered, we'll have to follow appropriate laws as identified by Health and Safety Code. We do have a few things that we have to do as part of this affiliation, things that we are doing or will need to do. Again, this really starts to talk about some of the projects that are very important to continue the improvement of the hospital. First of all, we'll have to continue to implement our current IT project and add a couple new ones here that will help us monitor operations and really benchmark with other Dignity facilities. The first is the ongoing project we have headed up, I guess it's probably more than 2 years old, I think, from project inception, would be the electronic timesheet and a time clock project that started with ISD and will continue on. The hospital is one of the last county departments to roll out the electronic timesheets, and we'll need to put in time clocks, but that's something that is an ongoing project, is actually budgeted for capital for next fiscal year, and we'll need to continue that project here. 2 new projects to help us benchmark against other Dignity facilities and also have greater real-time information would be a MIDAS quality improvement software. This is information that would be obtained through a MIDAS system. It's a high-level dashboard that essentially integrates much of our Cerner information into dashboards that are available in real time or at least fairly recent retro look back to enable management and providers, really nurses, respiratory therapists, really everybody to identify how we're doing. And many of these are going to be in red yellow or green kind of dashboard type presentations that will be able to say in a much more up-to-date fashion how we're doing on everything from length of stay to hospital-acquired infections to even then some other things that again, we haven't seen at the hospital yet, but we know are available. Also, we do have a investment in a software and hardware system, that servers as well as the software, to enable the Premier GPO. That's the group purchasing organization that Dignity uses that we'll need to implement so that we can take their system and install it into our PeopleSoft system. It's important to note that nothing in the management services agreement should generate a meet and confer requirements with our labor unions. It's important to note, to be aware that all 4 of our labor organizations at San Joaquin General Hospital were notified on April 8th. I think that was a Friday, no later than April 12th, of this presentation today of your board, at your board. The estimated annual cost of the management services, as we outlined earlier, would be $3 million a year, $4.5 million in the aggregate 18-month period. The GPO estimate is, we believe the savings of the group purchasing leverage, the ability to purchase supplies at a lesser cost, will exceed that management services cost. So our recommendation here this morning is that we make a special finding that these services could be more efficiently or economically provided by management services agreement with Dignity Health, and also that we approve the MSA with Dignity for management services at the hospital for 18 months, beginning July 1st through December this year through December 31st next year, with a 10-year option and an overall not to exceed payment amount of $4.5 million for that 18-month period ending December 31st, 2023. With that, I'd like to open it up to any questions your board may have regarding this recommendation.
Any questions? Mr. Miller? Or is Patty?
Chairman, I think we have public comments, and after that, when it comes back to the board. Thank you.
I do have a question in regards to a previous comment. Going through the staff report and the table in regards to the different types of services provided, I don't see the obstetrics part of it. Is that hidden somewhere? I see pediatric services, but that's Mary Graham.
Yes, Chair Wynn, basically all of the, I didn't identify any of the specific inpatient services. Those are included as part of the description of acute inpatient services that we provided, so we didn't include ICU, we didn't include, as referenced, the NICU, we didn't include trauma. So those are all under the umbrella of the inpatient acute care services. The ones that have been identified are the specific outpatient services that are provided at the various clinics.
Got it. Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Okay. Seeing no questions, public comment? Yes. Ross?
I apologize, I did not finish earlier, so I'm coming back for more. You, as the Board of Supes, are retaining oversight. But really, I mean, what do you as a group know about medical care? And if Dignity Health is making administrative decisions, how are you going to work with that? There are 2 documents that provide ethical guidance for Catholic hospitals. They say that certain aspects of medical care, while legal, are not to be supported at a hospital run by a Catholic entity. Abortion, which is opposed even when the mother's life is at risk, infertility treatments, even birth control options such as tubal ligation and the morning after pill. And not only reproductive rights, it's also gender-affirming treatments, a full range of end-of-life cares. And we don't yet know about future treatments such as stem cells. The sentence that's included in the agreement, any services currently provided by San Joaquin General Hospital will continue to be provided, including no change in women's health and reproductive health services. That's a carefully worded statement, and it doesn't involve the whole range of possibilities, and you are limiting yourself to a Catholic entity, a hospital that has been a public hospital since 1857. And I heard a lot of proclamations that talked about the extended services of entities in this county going forward. A public hospital in a county as diverse as ours should not have restrictions on legally allowable health care options. If Dignity Health is going to be put in charge, how are you, as stewards of our public hospital, going to maintain appropriate health care for all patients in our county? And remember, I don't mean only reproductive rights. It applies to other people that Catholic institutions find offensive. How can we now partner with a private system that not only denies services such as women's health care and medical services for the gay and transgender, but also casts them as immoral?
Okay, anyone else? Madam Clerk, do we have any written comments?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, we do. The first comment is submitted by Zane Wadaki, who writes, San Joaquin General Hospital needs new management, yet oddly enough, the current CEO at SJGH is boasting about how he is applying for a new CEO president position with dignity that was posted before this board discussion today. This is a calculated move and unprecedented style of recruitment, and something doesn't smell right. Also, the current chief nursing officer at SJGH previously resigned from her role at Dignity before joining the county. This would potentially require her to step down if Dignity MSA is approved, leaving a team of amateur leadership of deputy directors to fill the current CNO's shoes. Not good timing at all. The ankles of the county can't match the cost to a tune of $4.5 million for an 18-month gamble. Why not spend $2.25 million on hiring and training a new C-suite? Good leaders transcend anything that organizations like Dignity can offer. Dignity has its own challenges to focus on. Karen Frank wrote, I have many concerns about this item, and I recommend that the board not approve at this time. Ethical Religious Directors of Catholic Healthcare Services, 6th edition, direct, quote, in any kind of collaboration, whatever comes under the control of the Catholic institution, whether by acquisition, governance, or management, must be operated in full accord with the moral teachings of the Catholic Church, including these directives, end quote. Procedures and treatments that are illegal in the state but may not be supported include birth control, abortion for any reason, certain post-rape services, certain end-of-life care and advanced directives, certain organ transplant services, some infertility treatments and sterilization, even if temporary. While assured that these services won't be affected, a similar situation demonstrated otherwise in Southern California a few years ago when these services were suddenly unlimited at Hoag. Ongoing billing issues since the implementation of Cerner continue to contribute to the hospital budget shortfall. In trying to save money short-term, SJGH has ignored the most efficient path long-term, despite the recommendation of its own employees and consultants. If upgrading Cerner under Dignity's management makes sense as stated, then upgrading Cerner without Dignity makes sense. Under this MSA, executive employees will be, quote, employees, end quote, of Dignity. Yet any severance pay, I point out, is paid by the county. Dignity will also advise on the hiring, promoting, assigning, supervision, and discharging, conditions of employment, staffing schedules, job descriptions, and personnel policies affecting their other hospital employees. These are normal union issues, and we should hear from them. The next comment was submitted by Fazia Richmond, who writes, I'm Fazia Richmond. I work at PCU. I know that the merge with Common Spirits is in progress. Currently, one of the many issues we are having is retaining nurses, having basic supplies and safe patient discharge. Let me start with retaining nurses. Why are they leaving? We all know why, and nothing is being done about it. To continue to hire nurses without retaining them is a huge loss for the county. Next issue is distribution. Basic supplies to providing safe nursing care is sometimes not available. This is again another huge patient safety issue. So we improvise, and this is not acceptable. I don't know who does the ordering, but it needs to be looked into, and this will save county money. My next issue is transportation for the patients. We used to have taxis and medical transportation. I know that things have changed since COVID. That is no excuse. The county needs to invest in Lyft or Uber. This will save county money. I know we can resolve these issues by working together. Thank you for listening, Fazia Richmond. The next comment was submitted by Jerry Bigby, who writes, to the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors, as a 30-year resident of San Joaquin County and a retired public health nurse and nursing professor, I am writing to express my concerns regarding the proposed collaboration between Common Spirit Health, Dignity Health, and San Joaquin General Hospital. As a faith-based organization, Common Spirit Health follows Catholic doctrine as stated in the United States Conference of Catholic Bishops' Ethical and Religious Directives for Catholic Healthcare Services and the Dignity Health Statement of Common Values. These documents stipulate that selected legal healthcare services are not supported, including family planning, abortion, infertility treatments, gender-affirming treatments, and end-of-life choices. These restrictions severely limit the care available to large segments of the population, particularly women, transgender individuals, and older adults. I have reviewed the proposed recommendation and contract and am concerned that only women's health services are specified as protected. I strongly support our public hospital that provides comprehensive health services to all residents of our county, particularly those who are most vulnerable. If a San Joaquin General Common Spirit partnership results in the restricted provision of legally allowable care to all county residents, we would all suffer. If the county proceeds with this business partnership, we must ensure that no restrictions on legal health services will be instituted now and in the future. Respectfully, Jerry Bigby. The next comment was submitted by Charles Bailey Esquire, who writes, several of the local clubs and organizations in our county have meaningful connections at SJGH. As a collective, the majority of our members do not want to see, quote, for-profit, end quote, entities involved in our safety net healthcare system at the price of $4.5 million. Dignity has its own problems and only gets 2 out of 5 stars in most reviews, so why Dignity? Why can't the county administrator find the right executive team to lead our community hospital into the future and leave the private sector out of it? Something isn't right, and voters are watching to see who we should select on the ballot this fall. This message is on behalf of several members of the Disabled American Veterans, American Legion, El Concilio, Elks Lodge, Women's Center, Community Center for the Blind, Mary Magdalene, Community Services, Fathers and Families. In closing, Board of Supervisors, please make your choice wisely, as many of us in the community again are watching and urging you to vote no to this management services agreement proposal with dignity and keep our public services public and private sector private. We can do better. We ask you to do better. Listen to your local constituents. Do not let Dignity's board run our board. And that concludes our public comments for this item.
Thank you. Any comments or questions from the board? Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. I want to follow up on some of these questions that were posed by the public. Will Dignity be in charge?
No, as identified, your Board of Supervisors retain control and authority over the hospital. Okay, and so what we hear over and over is that, and there were quotes from the language, that any entity under the control of a Catholic entity would be bound by the religious directives. So I want to nail this down in terms of the religious directives. How will they apply? How can they apply? How will they color this management agreement? That's a question. Yes, Supervisor Miller, through the chair. Basically, that as you've seen in the agreement contains specific language that there's no reduction in services at the hospital. I do believe it's a partnership with Dignity, that there will be recommendations, whether it's things we've already outlined here or things that aren't included in either my presentation or haven't been identified yet. And those will be brought, again, through the oversight by Dignity, but again, through the authority of your board. I identified specifically, pulled language out of the agreement that says any change in services does need to be authorized by your board. And so the recommendations would be coming forward from Dignity, from management, but then at the oversight and approval or disapproval by your board.
So how will this impact our ability to expand services in the future? Because it really calls out no reduction in existing services, but we have added services in the last 10 years. How will this agreement impact our ability? What would be the process if, say, a member of our medical team wanted to add a new clinic or bring in some new services? What would the process be?
Supervisor Miller, again through the chair. The process, I think, would be very similar to what is currently occurring within Dignity. An opportunity is identified, let's say a new clinic, a new service, potentially a new wing of the hospital, let's just say. And then there would be some significant due diligence that would be completed, both on a demographic perspective, from a market share perspective. There would be a very thorough evaluation of the financial opportunities or risks, the capital requirement, potential return, potential competitive responses that may happen in the marketplace. And then if it's determined that it is okay, let's say it's a new service, a new wing, then that would be brought forward to your board for final approval. Again, it's part of the operating and capital budget here process. So in terms of the overall authority, it would come with a very in-depth review, very in-depth analysis, running the recommendations through the Dignity team first before it coming to your board. But if there's certainly, again, something that makes economic sense, in many instances public hospitals do things that other hospitals don't, and if the mission of the public hospital changes, which I'm sure it will over the next 10 years, then that would have, the recommendation would come to your board for approval.
So it would come to our board regardless of whether or not Dignity was comfortable with the new service.
I think in the interest of partnership, I think that your board, and again, that's one of the things that the Healthcare Services Review Subcommittee has, is hearing about some of the things that are considered or not considered. And so if there's a service that, again, the community thinks makes a lot of sense, but economically it doesn't make sense, that would be continued to be seen in camera through that committee. And then that committee then would say, take it back, tell Dignity we want to proceed because it's an important function that the county wants to hold, or bring it forward for all 5 supervisors to consider. So that's the way I would see that operationally playing out, Supervisor Miller.
Okay, and so I want to really nail this down. Under this agreement, our public hospital retains the ability to provide all legal health services.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, because we went around this a lot in the committee, and I appreciate everyone's flexibility. I know that I kept coming back to this item, and we specifically called out the reproductive, family planning, women's health, but it was in no way meant to not include any transgender healthcare services or end-of-life services, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And then the last thing is, we've heard from a couple of folks about the Orange County Hospital, HOAG, or I'm not...
Hoag Hospital.
Hoag Hospital.
Newport Beach, yes.
What happened?
Supervisor Miller, again through the chair, being a former resident of Orange County and actually living in that service area of which Hoag Hospital serves, I've been more attuned to what's going on. There was a long time ago, more than 10 years ago, Hoag Hospital joined into St. Joseph's Hospital of Orange, which was at the time a 3-hospital system, hospital in Fullerton, one in Mission Viejo, and then one in Orange. And then Hoag, which is in Newport Beach, joined that facility. At that time, again, I don't know the documents, most of which I know is really through public disclosure at large Los Angeles Times-like articles that have been there for years. And then that organization, St. Joseph's of Orange, actually merged a couple times with Providence out of the Northwest and become a very large system. Over the last couple of years, there have been a disagreement on some of the things. I think predominantly what I've read is going to be in relative to the services that the physicians can offer. And again, I'm not quite certain I understand that they did break apart. I think there was a formal announcement, as chronicled again by the Los Angeles Times, I think in the last maybe 30 or 60 or 90 days, where the organization Hoag has split from Providence. Again, I think there was some things along reproductive rights, Supervisor Miller, but again, I'm only able to gather what I can see in the public viewing. I don't know the specifics of what really happened there.
Okay. It's concerning, to say the least. But then again, I haven't seen their agreement,
right.
So I don't know what protections they had built into the agreement.
Nor do I.
Okay. I think that's all I guess the last question I have would be, I think it's going to be really important that this board figures out a way to provide the very highest and most transparent oversight, especially in the early years, especially with the climate right now in this country. There are a lot of very basic rights that are under assault right now. And so that would be my only question, is that by running everything up first through a subcommittee, those are not public. And so I would like to think that we can develop a more inclusive way to make sure that the board and this subcommittee will be getting adequate public input and will be providing the oversight that really is critically important for a public hospital.
Supervisor Miller, if I may comment through the chair, I think that's one of the things we have here is this has not been tried yet, to my knowledge, for any of the public hospitals in California. This type of arrangement here, most public hospitals are continuing to try it on their own, some to greater success, to lesser success. But I think this is a tremendous opportunity for us to gain new management tools, but also then to engage your board, engage the public, that we have not been able to do that. And I'm not able to speak for Don Wiley, the CEO at St. Joseph's Medical Center, but I do know that he has every intention to make sure that this is successful, not just for the community, but obviously for your board, because this is a long-term commitment that St. Joseph's and Dignity are preparing to make. And I think any way we can be more transparent, we can put whatever needs to be in this kind of arrangement. Again, that's not been done. I think I'm speaking, I hope that would be the case, that he and his leadership team would feel the same.
Yeah, I really hope so. I know there's a lot of tremendous synergy and benefits that we can realize, especially in the area of education of our residency programs. And this area suffers tremendously from the ability to recruit and retain physicians in a wide range of specialties. And one of the things that we discussed at length was this ability to partner on that and find ways to grow our own, so to speak. So I'm optimistic about that. But by the same token, and I also recognize, because we heard this from all the other private hospitals in the area, nobody wants San Joaquin General to go away. Everybody wants it to remain a public hospital. There is very real benefit to all the other private hospitals from us being functioning. And so I just want to make sure, because I won't be here, I want to make sure that going forward, that a process, and this is new, but a process needs to be developed that is very transparent, because this is the public's hospital. And there needs to be a process that's developed that these decisions in terms of services and management are made with public input. And so, and it's going to be, the public is going to have to continue paying attention and holding this board accountable, because the bottom line is the board right now can reduce or eliminate a lot of services, and a lot of things can be done quickly before the public really has a chance to respond. And so we all need to protect our public hospital going forward. So that's my one thing going forward. I think we need to develop that process. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's it for me.
Mr. Wolverton.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to address some of Supervisor Miller's concerns and just some general comments today, because they were addressed when we put this forward. And specifically, I'm looking at Section 1.3 of the Management Services Agreement. It's retention of authority and responsibility, which is right at the center of what we're talking about. You'll see that my office, and specifically me, have been injected right in the middle of this between Dignity Health and the board. And that's something that I believe was considerably lacking in our current arrangement. And I'll just read it. There are just a couple sections in here. The county will continue to operate the health system, and through the county administrative officer and board of supervisors shall exercise through the term ultimate authority, supervision, direction, and control over business policies and operations and the assets. Jumping further down, it says all decisions to be made by county or authority retained by county in this agreement shall be made by or delegated to the CAO and the board, and any action or approval of the CAO or the board shall be taken in accordance with any governing documents of the county and according with applicable legal requirements. It also mentions, and we're talking the scope of this initial phase one, to only be the CEO/C-suite executive employees. It also says in section 2.1.1, during the term, Dignity Health shall provide the county with an individual to serve as the health system's chief executive officer, and other executives as Dignity Health shall choose to employ after consultation with the CAO to serve in the health system, etc. And so you can continue to see employees shall receive wages, salaries, compensation as determined sole discretion of Dignity in consultation with the CAO. So it literally is inserted everywhere throughout this agreement that there's a buffer between the Dignity Health systems and the ultimate decision making through my office and to this board.
Great. Thank you very much.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, CAO Wolverine. I also want to appreciate Supervisor Miller and myself, Mr. Gage, Mr. Culberson. We've all worked, and we're all part of the Healthcare Review Committee that we meet monthly. And I know that for years now, we've had a circumstance of meetings and discussions, and every year we see that we're losing tens of millions of dollars at the hospital. And if we want to have continuity and we want to have a sustained healthcare system in our county, it was going to be dependent on us looking out what more we could do, what different avenue versus being standalone. If I remember correctly, and I know I do, I don't have the exact number, but out of 58 counties, we're one of only several that still have a public hospital, which means that a lot of counties have obviously shut them down or done some sort of merger in some capacity. So, myself and Supervisor Miller for the last 6 years have sat through these meetings, talked about and addressed these issues consistently. We look at the financial reports and the discussions, and really not much was changing. So our current CAO, as the auditor and past CAO, Ms. Nino, I had myself engaged on multiple conversations, at meeting after meeting after meeting, of what this can't be sustainable. But we also wanted to make sure that there was continuity. And Supervisor Miller has always spoken up to make certain that we are implementing and keeping and making certain that as a public hospital, we are consistent and there isn't any deviation from the current healthcare services. And I 100%, we both were together in symmetry on that. As a public hospital, we have that responsibility. This is a very complex endeavor. Lots of meetings, lots of phone calls, a lot of difficulties, a lot of moving parts would be would really minimize the discussion process and the parameters that had to be worked out. And again, compliments to Mr. Gage. Thanks for being here to represent the fruition of this, what is clearly months and months and months and countless hours of work for you and your team, and our CAO, Mr. Wolverine, the efforts he took that, above and beyond our meetings, and just to stay on the forefront of moving this forward, even if we hit a brick wall. There was opportunities and options to get through it. But again, to Supervisor Miller and my points of concern, we wanted to make certain that we were consistent with the medical care that we were providing here in this county. And I believe we've accomplished that, and this has been reassured. Some people have written in letters, some citizens have written in letters of concern. CEO Wolverine, you've addressed these. As our director of the hospital and our CEO, you've also addressed these issues. I really do not see this as as anything that should sound alarms or concerns. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here. We wouldn't be going forward. So I'd like to, as I'm just reviewing how we got here, I believe it was necessary, and I think that we do have some fantastic options going forward. This management service agreement would be a nice step forward to see if we can get some levels of stability while we maintain the continuity. So thank you all. Again, Mr. Gage, our CAO, Wolverine, our CEO at the hospital, the work that you've done. You were not brought in to terminate the hospital. You were not brought in to be an executioner in any capacity. You've been steadfast, and we've got many challenges being a standalone county hospital that we've had to go through. And it has fluctuated, and we've met and exceeded many expectations. We've accomplished a trauma center level 2, which is no small feat, and that's a major accomplishment under your helm. There's we've gotten through a pandemic. There's just a myriad of challenges we've faced at that hospital, but there is consistency and continuity, and I'm proud of this effort that we took at the review board and bringing it forward to the board now to consider on behalf of our citizens in this county. So thank you all. And Chairman, that's all at this time.
Thank you. Anyone else? Having the opportunity to serve periodically on the Medical Executive Committee, which meets obviously with staff at San Joaquin General, I've always been impressed with the quality of staff, and certainly during the discussions, but I also have realized there's been great challenges over the years, and I know, Mr. Culverson, you've been involved in those. I think one of the things from the comments here, not only from the board, Mr. Culverson, Mr. Wolverine, but certainly from the public, we are at a point in time where, to some degree, we're the gatekeepers. We're actually providing an opportunity, and I would say this, that I realize that our county hospital has, going back before I came on the board, when there were actually serious discussions about, terminating the hospital and just, closing it entirely, which a lot of other counties have done. So I want to appreciate certainly previous board members, certainly this board, in regards to continuing to support it. I think we've continued, especially with our trauma centers and other areas. I think we've made great gains. It's not perfect, and I wasn't involved as Supervisor Miller and Patty were involved with a lot of discussions in regards to this particular agreement. But I do recognize their involvement and their efforts, and therefore, as a fellow supervisor, I have to take a lot of appreciation for certainly what they've done. I think all we can do is we can ensure at this point in time that we feel that there's ample, I guess, authority for this board and for the county to move on, and those decisions, which will inevitably come one way or the other, will be discussed and eventually acted upon, whichever way they go. And I won't be here either probably when those things happen. But again, I think that the foundation's in place to make sure that we provide the best care possible for our county residents, whatever that happens to be. And I think that's all we can do. I mean, we can talk about the future and about certainly things that are going on nationally, et cetera, but the fact of the matter is we're here and now. We're dealing with a partnership to hopefully enhance our county hospital and provide better services for our residents. That's it. I mean, beyond that, we can speculate till the cows come home, but again, that decision will be made to other individuals, other board members, other CEOs, possibly under other CEOs. So with that, hearing no further comment, I do need a motion from the board, unless somebody from Dignity would like to speak. Otherwise, we could move forward with a motion, whatever that happens to be.
I've let Don, Chairman, I've let Don Wiley know of the call-in number. I don't know, Rochelle, if you have anybody online. I did text him. I didn't get anything back, but Rochelle, maybe you've got something.
I do see that Mr. Wiley is in the Teams meeting, and he's just unmuted himself, so I believe he's available now.
Okay. Mr. Wiley, comments?
And I don't have any specific comment about the actions of the board, other than just to say I appreciate the confidence that the board has in our ability to work together with the county, and we will do our absolute best. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Culberson, any final comments?
No, I don't. Again, in closing, I'd recommend that we go ahead and make a special finding that the services can be more efficiently, effectively, or economically provided through the management services agreement, and that your board approve and authorize the chair to sign the management services agreement for the 18-month period, July 1st, 2022 through December 31st, 2023, at an overall total amount not to exceed $4.5 million.
So moved.
For that period.
Okay, we have a motion. Give me a second.
Second motion.
Okay, we have a motion and second. Madam Clerk? And that was adopted 5-0. Thank you very much, and thank you in the audience and public comment and all for your efforts, because I know it's been a long haul. So again, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and board members. Thank you.
Okay, moving on to board comments and committee reports. Anyone wishing to make any statements, comments, reports? Supervisor Miller.
Just real quickly, I'd like to respond to a member of the public that stated that on my social media I had taken down public comments. That is not true. The only comments I ever take down on any of my social media pages, including my personal one, is if they contain profanity. I will not allow posts to stay up if they contain profanity. But other than that, I do not take them down. I understand that as an elected official, I give up the right to privacy even on my personal page, and I let the comments stand, and I don't concern myself with them. But like I said, if I don't recall the name of the individual as a post on my either of my pages, but I can assure the public that if they want their post to stay up, they should refrain from profanity, and if they do, they are welcome to engage in the conversation. Thank you.
Sir Villaputo. Okay, Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, a couple of things. Rick. I know cooperate with me here. All right. I know on Thursday at 12 p.m., 12 to 1, Tracy, we'll be having a National Day of Prayer in front of Tracy City Hall. So if you're in the area, please come by and spend some time with us. And I want to thank Juana Dement for putting that on every single year. She does a great job. A couple of events. Well, actually, been very busy for the last couple of since the last meeting. But I just want to say we had a ribbon cutting, grand opening of another small business, Shiv Auto Service in Tracy. I was in your neck of the woods, Chair, over the weekend for the Love Ribbon event. And there was numerous projects like painting fire hydrants, park and school beautification, landscaping, care packages, making cards to be sent to first responders and military, blood donation, etc. I helped out the Ripon Elementary School and had the opportunity to meet some great people and do some good old-fashioned manual labor. I just want to say thank you to all the volunteers. A lot of people showed up in Ripon, and it's a great community, so thank you for the city of Ripon and all those people that participated. We had the Tracy High School Comedy Gala, and I know I was there with Supervisor Patty was there also. The fundraiser for the girls softball team, Go Bulldogs, Style and Grace, a new business in Tracy that just opened up. And we had the honor to attend the Tracy Friends of the Library Coming Together Poetry and Reading Award Ceremony. We have some great artists and poets here in San Joaquin County. I want to say thank you to the Women of Agriculture for arranging the tour of the Clean Planet at the port. And we had a couple of two more things. We had the Lobster Fest for the Chamber of Commerce in Tracy. I want to say, I know Supervisor Patty was there also. I want to say thank you to the Browns for hosting the event. And also we had the Knights of Columbus Crab Feed that takes place annually. It's nice to actually start going back to crab feeds and events now that, these restrictions have been lifted. Seeing people without masks, people coming together, it's just awesome. Next week, myself, our chair, and Supervisor Patty be in Washington, D.C., talking to our representatives and some federal agencies trying to get money for our infrastructure, roadways, freeway infrastructure, so we're looking forward to that. Last two things, happy Cinco de Mayo and happy Mother's Day to all the great moms out there. Happy Mother's Day to my beautiful wife who's probably watching this right now. Great mom, love you. And of course to my mom, Philomena, happy Mother's Day, love you too. And thank you, Chair.
Ready, Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. As Supervisor Rickman points out, the community, now that a lot of the restrictions have been lifted, you see a lot of robust activity in the community, everything from United Way held their Bold Moves breakfast once again over at the Stockton Hilton to kick off their fundraising efforts and community involvement. Went to fantastic crab feed. Knights of Columbus did their crab feed in Tracy. Again, Supervisor Rickman was there. The Lobster Fest was another great effort in Tracy. Another crab feed in Manteca, which I think is probably the last one for the year for East Union High School. This past week was a great turnout for the Cinco de Mayo parade. For those of you that were able to attend, I love watching everything from the dancing horses when playing traditional music from Mexico. The horses literally dance in step and tune. It's fantastic to watch and just see the community and the smiles. I did also attend the Visaki Festival, and that was a celebration that began in 1699 as an annual celebration of the Punjabi harvest. So it has great tradition, and to see generations of kids from just babies on dressing and carrying on their culture and tradition and sharing of food and festivity. was absolutely fantastic. And you just have to really appreciate the diversity we have here in our county and the benefit we have as a diverse community that we all share. So these are fantastic. Yesterday we had a great Public Works annual pancake breakfast. I think Miguel set the record this year of eating 38 pancakes. So that was fantastic, a new record, Miguel. But for those of you who missed it, it was absolutely monumental. He did it in less than 3.5 minutes. So it was a new world record here in the county, at least. But it was good that all the supervisors got out to give a little bit of appreciation to those that do public works projects, and we had great conversations with them, a lot of smiles on their faces. That's all at this time, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. I must have missed those 38 pancakes. I didn't see you eat that many when I was there. So anyway, maybe that happened before I got there. I don't know. A couple things. One is you're all familiar with the governor's executive order in regards to drilling of wells. Our Environmental Health Department, Public Works, are working with the GSAs in regards to the criteria in regards to how new wells are rehabilitating existing wells can be done through basically a 4-step, or at least there's 4 elements in regards to approval. And I want to thank certainly the attorneys for the GSAs and their pitching in to give their input, and also Public Works and Environmental Health working, which I thought was just fantastic coordination very quickly. So probably by next week they should have the information out in regards to how to process applications so that individuals, especially growers who are on the verge of planting, will have the confidence of watering their crops. Sunday, I went to the 100th year anniversary of the Linden United Methodist Church, and that was a great event and well attended. So it was really it wasn't just the 100 years for the building, which was built in 1922. The real achievement was that church has been in existence since 1852. So it has provided Linden with obviously the services and the community with a church which has obviously lasted all those years. And with that, I have concluded. And Mr. Miles, I guess the question is, one, did you want to take a break before closed session, or do you want to just run through? I don't know who you got lined up for this meeting.
A brief break would be appropriate.
Would 30 minutes be too long?
No, I don't think 30 minutes would be too long.
Okay, so we'll convene a closed session at 1:30. Do you expect anything out?
Yes, the board will meet in closed session on the items listed on the agenda. There may be an announcement coming out of closed session.
All right, great. We will temporarily adjourn for closed session and return afterwards.
If I'm here. We got 3. In the matter of San Joaquin General Hospital versus Blue Cross Blue Shield of Texas, United States District Court, Eastern District, case number 220 CV 01582. The board has accepted the offer of Blue Cross Blue Shield of Texas in the amount of $85,000 to resolve the federal civil matter in its entirety.
Okay, thank you. We will adjourn until May 24th at 9 a.m. Thank you very much.
you